And you know, when you're in high school, it's usually the outings that motivate us a lot.
True.
Those who play rugby would go out like every weekend.
Yeah.
And you're in senior one, you're like, this is what I want.
Yeah.
I want to be going out every weekend. That was like the epitome of everything in high school. But when I tried playing rugby, unfortunately, I had a very serious injury. By then, that's what gave me a chance to go and check on basketball. Someone dared me, one of our very good players by the way of rugby. He dared me, and they gave me a ball, and he wanted to tackle me. So I also wanted to prove a point that I can knock him. Unfortunately, yeah, I hit him successfully, but he also hit me successfully. So he hit me and I dislocated my finger. Yeah. That is an injury that he left on me permanently. Each time I look at it like this, I'm like, yeah. It was called Donnie in high school, but it's called Donald. He actually finished from Seta High. Each time I look at it, I'm sure he doesn't even remember. Yeah. Each time I look at it, I'm like, yeah, Donnie, you hit me here, but you're the reason I play basketball now. So after that, I went and tried basketball, but it was still hard because, you know, I came from a primary school that did not have any sports background, especially basketball. Yeah, and that school is in Ntinda. I studied from Kalinaviri Primary School. That's where I hail from before I joined Namilyango College. Yeah. But I went to Namilyango, I didn't know basketball, and there were these other kids who knew the game. So even if I had the height advantage, they still knew the dribble, the rules, and the what. So that's where I got challenged. These guys would put me aside because they're like, he doesn't know anything. Yeah. So it was very hard for me to break through, but I think I have that nature of being persistent. So I kept on going there each time I had the opportunity. Because I couldn't go back to rugby. Yeah. No, I couldn't. After that knock, I was like, no, I'll try another sport. And I loved sports naturally. So I kept on persisting, and then the senior sixes, those of Omongin, realized I could throw in the ball and they could give me a chance. Yeah. So I went on shooting once in a while until my senior two there. That's when I began. Now, by my senior two, Namilyango had constructed another basketball court, but it still had a lot of dust on the floor. Yeah. Now, that was our court. So that's where for us would go and play. Yeah. That's where I got my basketball experience from. Yeah, I began playing, and unfortunately by then, we did not have a basketball coach, like a permanent coach for Namilyango College. Yeah. Since I think the school was more focused into rugby, maybe, I'm not sure why, but I would just assume, because rugby always had about 2-3 coaches, and these were old boys of the school. Yeah. Basketball, I think we didn't have an old boy by then who was so much interested in teaching the game, because we didn't have any, and yet we needed one. Yeah. By my senior 2, senior 3, we are now getting a chance of being exposed to playing with. Now, you know, when you reach in senior 3 in such a school, you now get a chance to play against the senior 5s. Once in a while, because senior 3, you're now a junior elder, I would say, yeah. So you can also command some respect. So you get the chance to play. And for me, I don't know if I should say whether fortunate or unfortunate, that by that time, the senior 5s and 6s, by that time, we didn't have basketballers. So I was one of the senior players now, although I was still a junior elder. Yeah. So I began commanding some respect there. I got a chance to become a captain for the O level by then. Then when I went to senior 4, we did not have a captain. Yeah. The HSCs were very poor at the game. Yeah. But this is something that used not to happen. It was actually not allowed. An O level cannot be the captain of the school team. Yeah. But for me, because I was doing the job very well, and I was in senior 4, and the ones who are in A level knew less than I did. So they were like, let the guy take the job. So that's how I became the captain. And the other thing that made them also accept that is that I used to coach these senior 1s and senior 2s. Because I realized that there was a gap in basketball, and these kids didn't know, and there were very many. So I would just tell them, come, I teach them what I knew by then. Yeah, this is how they shoot, this is how they bounce the ball. I just teach them the basics. And interestingly, even some of those HSCs, I would also teach them. I have some good friends of mine, they look at, even my classmates, they look at me and they're like, yeah, he taught us basketball. Yeah. I was in HSC and I was teaching, I was in senior 4, and I was teaching my elders how to play the game. And they were respecting me, that's the beauty of it. They could listen to what I would say, and they were learning, so they were like, this guy will do the job. Yeah, so that's how I began my coaching career slowly. In my O level, that was 2011. 2012, 2013, that's when I was in HSC. In HSC, that's when I went so much into coaching. And I told one of my friends that, you know what, if I leave either become a coach or an umpire. By then I wasn't sure which one I can do. In fact, I wasn't even sure which one can pay.
Well, let me cut you off there.
Yes.
It's really exciting to know your high school journey and how you're going to transition into the university. We're going to take a break right now. I know there are many people outside there excited to know how you transition from high school into university basketball. You're watching the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. In the studio with me is Osito Jacob, aka OJ, the head coach for the Makerere University Sparks ladies team. We will take a break right now and we will be right back. This is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk Show. Welcome back to the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Emmanuel and this is House of Talent Television. Remember, you can catch us on our socials at House of Talent TV. That's on our Facebook. On House of Talent TV Uganda live stream. That's on our YouTube. You can also catch us at HTV Uganda. That's on our Twitter handle, or at houseoftalentug.com. That's on our website. Make sure to share this show as far and wide as you can, because this is the show that we talk about basketball. It's the only basketball show in Uganda. With me in the studio today is OJ. His other name is Osito Jacob, but we only just call him OJ because that is how we know him on the basketball court. And before we went off for a break, you were basically telling us your journey, how you started the game of basketball, how in S3 you started coaching the S1s, and we had almost reached that point where you transitioned into campus, and just take us from there, moving from high school, now moving into campus and becoming a coach. Just take us from there.
Yes, from high school, actually my coaching started in high school in my senior four, around there. And then when I went to, that was in Olive actually, so when I went to my vacation, that was in end of 2013. So I was in senior 6 vac. Actually, not 2014. I was in senior 6 vac. I began by coaching. I was volunteering as an assistant coach to Namilango College. After just finishing, and I was their captain, and I was already coaching those who were there. But because by then my high school coach was Maurice Otedro. He taught me a lot of things. He actually used to tell me what to teach others when he's not around. And he was a very busy man, I remember. So he would tell me, on this day, teach them ABCD. I'll come back at the end of the week. So by the time I finished high school, I knew nearly everything that Maurice would coach us. So when I was in senior 6 vac, I was more like his assistant. Although the school used not to pay me, I was more of a volunteer. So whenever there were games, I would go there and work with him, and I support him, and I learn new things. And I got an opportunity. My first opportunity was out of volunteering to coach Namilyango as an assistant, who knew very well because I had experience. I had done that for about 4 years as his assistant. I got an opportunity to go and coach Hilton High School. They were having a game during qualifiers, Mukono qualifiers. They were having a game and they were struggling. So their coach, by then, he was also an OB of the school, and he needed help. So he called me to help in. So I went to help in, and because of what I had learned, I adjusted a few things in his game, and it was actually the girls playing, the girls of Hilton. These girls won this game by a big margin, and they were very excited. I was also very happy because it looked like a miracle. So that is where I think my breakthrough started in coaching. Because actually, as a player, that journey was really, because as I told you, or as we earlier discussed, when I was in high school, I never got a chance to play nationals. So, and in our setting here, if you don't play nationals at high school, no one gets to know you. I was the captain of my team, but I never had the chance because my parents wanted me to concentrate on books, which I did. And they later allowed me to do basketball after I had finished high school, interestingly. So after they had won that game, Hilton, the following year, they were like, you know what, why don't you come and help us here? I told them, okay, I can do that. By then, I was the first year. I was just joining campus first year. So I would move from Makerere, and I go straight to Mukono, Wantoni, that side. And I coach them, and they give me some command. They would fund my transport. I would go actually twice a week. It was Friday. It was either Friday and Saturday, 2 days a week. And I was very happy because I was the head coach for the first time. You know, I had been under my coach. I was happy being under my coach because I was learning. But now, you know, the feeling of you're the one in charge. It was the first time. And I was very excited. Even if I would struggle with jam and run out of class to run to go and coach, I still liked it because it was me now in charge. I was the one to make the decisions. So I coached them for 1 year. The following year, fortunately, Morris got an opportunity, and he was now living in Namilyango. So Namilyango never had a coach, and they began looking around, and I was right there, very present, very much willing. When they told me about the opportunity, and they were like, you have a contract to sign, I didn't even want to read the contract. All I wanted was to go and coach Namilyango. Because Morris had already put Namilyango at a certain level. Because everyone now knew that Namilyango plays basketball. And the beauty of it is I had moved with him through that whole journey, right from the time, because he came in when I was in S3. I was already coaching somehow. And actually, I remember he came in because he had a young brother there. He actually plays, that young man plays for Riders. No, Riders, plays for Riders, Asede. He's popularly known as Acid, if you've heard that name also there, So he actually left Namilyango and went to Chibuli because he did so well, and Chibuli took him in his HSC. But that's the reason why Morris first came to Namilyango. So I learned everything from him. And by the time he was leaving, I could actually run whatever he had done, So I ran Namilyango from about 2016, 17, up to now. I'm still their coach up to now. And the beauty of it is that I was very successful. We always qualified for nationals until Fresh Diaries in Mbale, which was the last, that was 2019, I think. 2019. So by that time, I was a student at Makerere here. And once in a while, I would find the girls training, and I would go and inquire from Coach Albert, can I also come in here and there? I didn't know that one day I would be the coach of Makerere. But when I was in high school, I always thought about it because I loved the game so much. And I wasn't playing it because my parents would not allow me to play it the way I wanted it, my guardians. I told one of my friends, it's called Gerard Abidravo, I told him, one day I want to become either a coach or an umpire. And he laughed and was like, yeah, maybe you can make it. So when I became the coach of Namilyango, he was the first man to tell me that, man, congratulations. As you said it, here it comes. And so when I reached Makerere, I didn't think I would be the coach at Makerere University because it was a university, and there are so many people with more experience than I do. But because of love of coaching the game, out of the experience I had got, I used to go and sit there, watch, and I'm like, okay, this is that. And remember, I had also coached the girls of Hilton in my first year. So I knew how to handle girls, and I also knew how to handle boys because I had gotten both experiences. So after a while, in 2019, Makerere was going for university games in Chisui. And incidentally, Coach Albert was not around. So they needed, so I volunteered. I volunteered. They were going with a coach, with you know, Makerere has 2 coaches, for the boys and for the girls. So I saw that as an opportunity. So I went to the sports union, to the sports department, and I told them I want to volunteer. I just want to go there and volunteer and help where there is need. They gave me the opportunity. They were like, all right, you can do that. Well, the only thing I wanted was where I can sleep and my lunch and supper, which was very much available. So I also went in like any other coach, but it was my first time with all the pressure, and I wanted results. Fortunately, something happened. We played Kumba Marines. Kumba Lady Marines? Yes, we played in Kumba with Ekon. They are a very good player, national team now. And she was part of that team, and we won that game. When we won that game, I think for me, my fate in coaching had been sealed. This guy is going to be a coach. Because after winning that game, I realized that anything is possible. And I'm a man who believes in myself so much. So I saw an opportunity, and I realized it could work out. And I was like, okay, I wanted to coach high school, but even at the university, it's working. Though I didn't have much experience at that level, I realized I could do it, because when I went there, and also as a player, I had seen those things happen. And also, I had a very good coach at the university, because after my coach in high school, that is Maurice Otedro, I met Coach Baju. That's how we call him, but his name is Ronald Bajunga, yes. Yeah, so I met Coach Baju, that's Ronald Bajunga, and he could advise us here and there, Oje do this, Oje do that, Oje work out. You know, he could talk to us like a father. He was more like a father figure to us. Yeah. So he really, really mentored me in terms of basketball. Yeah. Yeah. Maurice taught me how to play the game. Coach Baju taught me how to understand the game and how to analyze it and how to read it. So he made me understand it more and how to act around people when I'm playing it. He inculcated that discipline into us, yeah? That when you're doing this, the crowd is reacting this way, the fans are reacting this way, concentrate on this. So when I got the chance to go and do that in Kasubi, in Tisubi rather, it was very easy for me. And we came out, although we did not win, we didn't take the championship, we actually went to play third place. We played against Uganda Matters, UMU. Yes, we played against UMU for third place, and it was a mess. It was a mess because our hopes had been raised so high, me and my players, but I don't know if my players were on pressure, but I was on pressure because I was like, I have an opportunity to get a medal. I want this medal. But one thing I forgot is, when the girls were playing, I had Coach Baju by my side. Yeah, he was telling me, Oje, now do this, now do that. Now, when we went to play the next game, Coach Baju was not around. So, and I think he was finishing up the boys' game, and they were like, third place, you can play the other side. So that's how we went there, and we missed the medal for that tournament. But from that day, out of that performance, good enough, I was being watched by other Makerere staff who positively recommended me. They said I could do the job. So when I came back, after that, 2019, 2020, I remained there as more of a volunteer to the university. I would come in because Coach Albert was still not around, I remember. So I would help in here and there when the girls are available. I can coach them, I teach them what I know, and I would also consult Coach Baju. And then when Coach Albert left, I then got the chance to now become the head coach of Makerere. So that's how I moved in as a coach. Yeah, that's how I found myself in this big position. I really felt like that. I felt like I don't have the experience more than compared to the other people who are there. Because if I see the coaches in Makerere, it looks like I could be amongst those with the least experience in the field of coaching. But maybe the other things I did, because I had a lot of zeal, I was so passionate, and I commit myself to something. So I believe probably it's my commitment to being there when I was volunteering that made them give me the chance to be there.
Well, that's an interesting journey. And I've seen the girls play, they really improved, from the last time I saw them. And it's a good job that you're doing, and
thank you.
Congratulations to you. And we'll take another break right now, but when we return, we're going to talk about the status of university basketball. Because on the show we've talked about grassroots basketball, we've talked about the league, and the cancellation of the same league, so we really haven't talked much about basketball that is happening on the campus. So when we come back from the break, we'll be talking about university basketball. What is the status? Where is it at right now? Is Uganda ready to take part in the competitions that are coming up on the international level when it comes to university basketball? This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Emmanuel, and this is House of Talent Television. We will be right back.
Of how long have you been there struggling before, but now we had more medals than them. So the key thing here is corporate companies please come aboard. The government will do their part. They will also squeeze whatever they can to come through. National councils will also keep on budgeting to see what they can do better on us. And also federations, all of them, basketball, football, whatever they come through. Let us have a fair share to everybody. I know football gets the biggest share in Uganda. I don't know why, but because I know my small analysis is athletics and basketball right now, and netball. Those are the top 3 games in Uganda that have carried athletics, netball, basketball continental and worldwide, we're doing so much. So we need to also get a fair share to compete with football, which is getting $1 billion shillings plus. We should also be given that opportunity.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, also known as AT on the basketball court. Remember, this is House of Talent Television. You can catch us on our socials on YouTube, House of Talent TV Uganda, live stream, or you can go to our website at houseoftalentug.com. You can go to our Facebook, House of Talent Uganda. Catch the show live. Let us know what is happening. Drop us a message in the comment section. If you love the show, let us know. Share some love with us. If you want us to change something, let us also know about that. But in the studio with me today, I have a man who is called Osito Jacob, but is known as OJ on the basketball court. That is his street name. He has been a coach for Namilyango. He has coached at Hilton, and right now he's coaching the Makerere University Sparks basketball team, and he's here to talk about his experience and also to talk about the status of sports in university in relation to basketball. Oja, before we went for the break, you were just telling us your journey of how you started off and ended up as a coach for Makerere University Sparks, and I believe you're doing a very good job with the girls. We just want to dive into the main topic right now. Obviously, you've played basketball at the university level.
Yeah, sure.
And from where I'm sitting, I think that basketball in the university has dropped, okay? Not only at Makerere University, but looking at it on a general scale, on a general picture. Because back in the day, we had a lot of university tournaments. You know, you talk about, there was the University League at some point, there was the Floodlights at a certain point, we had games, East African games and all these things. And one could say that because of the lockdown, it slowed down a couple of things. But if memory serves right, the University League, then the Floodlights actually stopped way before the lockdown came in. Yes, about 2017. Okay, and I think since then, basketball has really been on a decline. We've been focusing more on basketball in the league. Okay, so according to your perspective, what are some of those points that you can share with us that led to, let's say, I don't want to say the downfall of basketball, but the decline of basketball at the university level?
Well, on that issue, with the current situation, I am not the best person to answer that question because I don't have the detailed information. As I told you, I am a rookie in this field. So surely, but at least because I was playing at the university level, I do have some information, at least out of observation. But putting the issue of lockdown and corona aside, I think that the reason why basketball is declining generally in universities, I think it's because of the kids who are coming into the universities. I think their kind of basketball is not the same same kind of basketball like the one of the kids, of the guys who used to join basketball that time. So the talent that is in right now is, I could say it's raw compared to the talent that used to come in those days. We can't put out the aspect of the people who are joining university by then were mature men who knew what they wanted and what they were doing. They had the self-drive. But right now, the people who are joining university can only train when the coach is there. You can see how that is a big challenge. So for me to make sure that my team is ready, I have to be on the basketball court on the official training days and even other days that I'm not supposed to be there. Because if I don't show up, chances are high that many of them are not going to show up. But if I show up, even if I'm not supposed to be there, but then I just show up, they'll know that, oh, on such and such a day, coach passes by and he says on our free days we should shoot. So let me go and take a few shots. So that's what drives them. But compared to the days that you and I joined, maybe yours were much better than ours, but even me, the times I joined, when you wanted something, you would go and work for it. And I think that is one of the disciplines that I was taught maybe from high school.
Yeah.
That when you want something, you go for it, you work for it, you push for it.
Yeah.
You don't need someone else to push you to get what you want. And I think that is one of the things that we are lacking right now and I don't know how that can even be worked upon, because surely if the kids are finishing high school when they are younger, whose fault is that? I don't think that's anyone's fault.
Yeah.
But maybe if the coaches in high school could do the job, which is also very hard because high school needs a lot of time, and yet they have the least time, by the way,
yeah.
compared to the university. So the aspect of the people who are joining in being younger is what is causing the biggest difference right now in the way basketball seems those days and now.
Yeah.
But now when you talk about the aspect of the different leagues, I think I'm not the best person to answer that, because now that includes the issues of money, the sponsors, the institutions. I don't really know how much they operate to know that they want, because I really don't know why the Floodlights was cancelled. I'm one of those who played it. I think I played the last season of Floodlights, because I think that was 2017, I remember, with Makerere University. Yes. When I was there, I remember it was always played at night. That's why I think the name Floodlights was there. Yeah. I remember we moved to Nkumba. We moved, yes, in Entebbe, we moved to UCU, and it was something very interesting and very motivating. It would give us reason to work out even more. Yeah. But now, without those games, of which I don't know the reason why they have scrapped them, I really don't know the technical issues, but without those games, you find that most of these students think that they're only working for December. The same mentality that we had in high school, that you only prepare for qualifiers, for nationals. Yes, you only prepare for nationals. And when it's done, second term, no sports, third term, no sports. That's the environment I came from. I don't know if it was different in your years.
It was the same thing.
Yeah. So now for university sports, we see that nearly it's the same thing. Because right now, right now they're preparing for nationals. Yeah, the league aside, they're preparing for nationals. And then after that, the following end of the following year, they're preparing for East African Games. I think that. So there is a lag in between that time. So a student who is not playing on the university team at the club level has nothing pushing them to work at that time, because they feel like they have a whole 9 months to work. And when you have a lot of time in your hands, you might think it's too much until it's actually too late. So that is the other thing that is also making it very hard for the game to develop very fast. The tournaments are very limited. There are very few. I mean, if you have only one tournament in a year, that means you're telling these guys to begin training like 2 months to the tournament. But if they had more than that, I believe the talent would improve faster, because these guys would actually work even more. And you very well know that most of the universities right now, if you are to have players who are to make the university team look good, you will not pick the junior players who are there. You'll want to look for the most experienced, even the alumni if there is need, so that you don't get relegated, because that's also, we also don't want to look bad. Coaches don't want to look bad. So they also want to survive, so they end up looking for those who already know. Because even when they're picking players from high school, they're also picking those who already know. And that's why you see that institutions that who have their teams that are doing much better, for them they get players straight from high school and they pick the best in terms of scholarships and sponsorship and all those other things. But which is also there in Makerere, although it's limited, I think, because I don't know much about it. I still don't have that much information about how the scholarship works. But we could also see it even that in high schools, the same issue is happening. The basketball in high school is now being dominated by, those days it was dominated by a few schools, because those few schools had the players and had the heart and they would work out. But right now it's dominated by a few schools, because those are the schools that put in the money, they give in the scholarships. I think the same thing applies to the universities. Those who put in more have better players and players who are more committed to the work. Now, those who put in less, generally all universities, those who put in less, you find them struggling, because we are convincing players to come and play, and then they are going to leave at coach. I'm commuting. Now they have to compete with a student who has his time there. He knows after my training here, I'm just sleeping next here. I have my supper well prepared, no matter how late I leave. even tomorrow I can come in the morning and I shoot because I know I'll go back to where I sleep and I have breakfast. I think that's also another reason why basketball is being dominated by also a few universities. Because in my opinion, our basketball is being dominated by majorly UCU and Ndeje, because Ndeje is doing very well, Then the rest of the universities, especially the traditional universities like Makerere, Chambogo, Mbarara University, we seem to be struggling in those fields. And I would think that maybe it's because the other people are putting a lot of effort in that compared to us. That's my opinion, that's what I think. And it's making the whole thing look like, it's going down. But it's a big challenge, which I don't know how we are going to go about it, because this is something that requires the management of the institutions, surely, Because me as a coach, no matter how much love I have for the game, there is no I'm going to tell them, you know what, I can make these guys champions, put in the money or do ABCD. They will tell me, but this is how the process works, and I cannot change that. So actually, my option right now as a coach, because I'm in the position, and I'm not going to sit down, I'm like, the system is hard, so let us struggle, because we have been struggling. Me as a coach, what I think my best option is that, which is also a principle, is don't fight the system or don't try to change the system. Just find how it works and see how you can work best with it. That is something I heard from gentleman called Jim Rohn, if you watch those guys. So I am not going to fight the system, but I am looking for a way that I can use the system the way it is to bring positive results. So I put in extra time, I talk to these people, I give them reports as much as possible so that they know that something is going on. Because one thing I believe in is that if you're doing something good, you'll be appreciated. And if you want something to be done, show them that you can handle it. Let them only come to support you, not them initiating the process. And that is one of the things that drives me. And people even ask me, but how comes for you? You're always there. Who pays you? Where do you get the money? They even tell you Makerere doesn't pay, but that is their opinion. Because when you're given a job somewhere, sure, that means they're supposed to pay you. But if they say Makerere doesn't pay, Makerere doesn't give money, maybe that is their experience. I don't know. Maybe if I experience it, I'll come back and tell you. But for now, I can't say that. For now, I believe that the resources might be limited, but the basketball coach is there, the basketballs are there, the players are there. I think I also have a big role in motivating my players and talking to them and convincing them. That is what I'm doing right now. And I believe it's going to take me quite some time to produce the team I would want to see. Because now I am trying to see how I can work within the system the way it is. So it's going to take me time, because now that means I have to nurture junior players who are just coming in, which has not been the case, and it's not the case with other universities. Other universities get players whom they know are going to actually do the job. Now for us to get players, we get people who know how to play the game, not players. We get people who know how to play the game, and then we convince them to come and play for the university. Are you seeing how that is different? So by the time you convince someone, then they show up, and then you're telling them that we can't pay you, and the other side they are being paid. It makes things very hard, because Makerere, I'm sure Makerere has students who are actually players in other clubs. Are you seeing that? But even them coming back to play for the university, they'll ask you, what are you offering? Are you giving us transport? Are you giving us this? If it's there, which sometimes it's there, if it's there, they are willing to come. But if it's not there, you are going to, try and convince them. And of which, if you convince them and they said no, surely you wouldn't force them, because they will tell you, but the situation is hard, and you're also seeing it's hard, so you wouldn't push so hard. But once in a while, we convince them and they come around, and we also want them to inspire the new ones. But the best option for us right now is to build those who are around. So for a university like Makerere to reach the level of UCU and Ndeje, it's going to be a long process, of which some people are not going to be patient enough to see that happen. Others don't even believe it can happen. I see that. But personally, I think that is what can work for me. I believe that is what can make us look different. And for the other universities, I don't know what their coaches and the administration plans to do and what. But for me on my side, and generally university sports, I think that's what I've given you, what makes us look like we are falling down, but I've also shown you how we plan to move up.
I was actually going to ask you how we can get up. We're going to take another break right now. I like what you're saying about university sports and, you know, the perspective of why it's going down and how it can be rebuilt. Well, for our viewers out there, this is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Remember, we're on our socials and you can hit us up, drop us a message in our inbox, in our comment section. Let us know what you love about the show. If you have a question for OJ here, let us know, we'll ask him. But we'll take a break right now. We'll be right back. This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television.
A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball, we would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and with me in the studio today is Osiko Jacob, aka OJ, better known as OJ on pool court, actually, you know, where we do pick up sometimes in the evening. And OJ has been taking us through his story, basically where he started from, how he ended up as the coach for the Makerere Sparks, that's the university team at Makerere. And he also told us about the status of sports, especially basketball in the universities, why it seems like it's on the decline, and what are some of the things that can be done to raise it back to the level where it's supposed to be. And having young people like this in those positions of coaching is a very good thing. So if you're out there, you're a young coach, you're a young player, and you want to get involved into the game of basketball and put it back to the level where it's supposed to be and take it higher, this is your opportunity. We're hearing very wise words coming in from the coach here. And I just want to backtrack a bit, back to that story you told us about being in school and, you know, not being allowed to play on the team, because I know that in most high schools, actually, there is always that divide between the guys in the higher classes and the guys in the lower classes.
Your elders.
Yeah, your elders. In some schools, they actually say those two don't mix. They're like volatile, you know, chemicals. And you were telling us a story about how you were not actually allowed to get onto the basketball court, you know. And how did that feel? And what lessons can some of these kids pick up from it? Because I know that there are certain kids in primary school, even at the university level, who want to play, but they look at you guys now, the elders, and they're like, how do we get into, you know, this part? So just take us through that situation you went through, and, you know, some of the lessons that these kids can learn and how they can be encouraged to get into the game of basketball.
Okay, thank you. Yes, with that, flashing back to my time in high school, because that's where things were hardest. You know, the start is always the hardest part. As I told you, for me, I came from a primary school where basketball was not known as a sport. My primary school had a secondary section that had a basketball court, but we used not even cross there, so I really had no idea I first saw basketball when I went to KPC. That was in my vacation of P7. That was in end of 2007. But when I was at Namilyango, I was with classmates who had come from primary schools that had the background of basketball, which is what I didn't have. What I had was height. For them, they had the skill. And you see, when you're at that level, it doesn't look like height works. It looks like it's the skill that counts. And they didn't see the skill in me. So actually, these guys are my good friends, but I'm sure they also did it unknowingly, having been senior ones. But they never gave me the chance to. I felt very, very disappointed one time when these guys were told, hey, the junior team, make a squad that is going to play. We're actually going to SMAC, that is Chisubi. We're going to SMAC, and they were saying, hey, you guys make a team. In my head, I knew I am going. And you know, as I told you, going out was the most interesting thing when we were in high school. So I was in senior 2, and it was the first time. You know, for us in Namilyango, it's rugby players who used to go out so oftenly. Basketballers, your opportunity would come once in a while. So the time had come where I was sure now I am going on merit. Little did I know that my friends on the other side are like, that tall guy cannot make it. So we prepare that weekend. I don't check the list assuming that I am going. I don't check. The following morning, I go to the dining hall. That was a Saturday morning, to see the list of those who are going, and my name is not there. I was heartbroken. I even actually, with all the anger, I still went to the bus with the hope that I would enter. I stood there, I saw them enter, and I saw them leave. I was in senior town, and in my head I was like, you know what? You guys have done this to me, but one day I'll be the one writing your names on that list. So after that, actually I remember that day I went back to play, because I enjoyed the game actually. Other than just going out, I enjoyed the throwing in, and it was actually my shooting started. I think that's the talent in me. The talent is just shooting. The other part of the dribbling, I think I don't have that. But I enjoy just throwing that ball, and it would just go in like automatically, and everyone would be wowed by that. They would see me and they're like, that guy can actually do it. But my teammates actually knew this guy can't bounce the ball, he can't dribble, and we need someone who can dribble. They didn't really think they needed someone who could do what I was doing. But then I also realized that that is the advantage they had over me. That is the skill they had come with from primary school that I didn't have. So I began working out on my own. I put in more effort. Unknowingly, out of, I don't know whether it was anger or excitement, but unknowingly, I put in a lot of effort in basketball when I was in high school. Even with the challenges that come with, high school, you don't have that much time. And a school like Namilyango, when it's time for this, all of you go and do that. When it's time for the other, but all my free time, I would put it into basketball. So I learned the game, and these guys began accepting me. Each time they realized that when they are playing with me, I make the shots and the shots drop, and it's the shots that makes their team go out. They were like, I think we need this guy if we have to stay. So that's how my fellow junior players in high school by then allowed me into the circle of basketball. And because of my work ethics, in a year, the following year, I was one of their best. And I was more like their captain. And before I knew it, my senior 4, I was the captain of the school team until I left. So that's how I broke through in that field. But then I had another challenge of my parents, my guardians for this matter. They never wanted me to play basketball. And the reason, having been our background, I had a cousin who was playing rugby. He was really, really good. One time they went to play in a tournament in Chadondo, and he got a concussion. I don't really know what happened. I even didn't know what a concussion was until it happened to him. So they took him to the hospital, and I don't know what the school took care of and what they didn't. But then they called our guardians at home, and they were like, your boy is in the hospital, this and this happened, please come and check on him. And we have true African parents. They are very furious and very tough on certain things. So when they went there, now I was the one to be talked to. You see what we told you. You see what we told you about sports. Why would you go into these things? I don't want to hear anything concerning sports. And in my head I was like, but that was not me. That was rugby. I don't even play rugby. I don't even know it. So that is how I felt. But they had made up their minds, and they were like, you went to Namilyango to study. I was like, okay, I'll study, but when I get my time, I'll... So I studied, I did well, I passed, I went back to Namilyango. But then, actually, my first qualification for nationals, you know, we had a challenge. We had never qualified for during my time there. I don't know the years before me, but I never had. But I can't assume I was the first, because the salaries were actually there. But the time I was there, they didn't qualify. That was 2018. And all my time there, we had never gone for nationals. And it was more like a dream. And now it was me driving the team. And I remember I had guys like Orenga Daniel. When we were in O-level, we were together in Namilyango there. Of all the guys who play basketball, he's still the only guy whom I see. The others have gone into other things. So in our senior 4, I led that team into qualifying for the first nationals. It was an exciting moment. It's like we had made it in life. We were so happy that actually, I remember that time, we were playing, it was at Seta High, Green Campus, and Namagunga ladies were there. And now Namilyango and Namagunga, for us we were always friends for all that time, and here we were playing basketball. So when we won, we did something that was very interesting. Our excitement made us make push-ups after the game instead of stretching, like to show them that we were the ones in charge. It was that interesting. And that's when I realized that, you know what, actually, we can go further than this. So the following years, unfortunately, Orenga joined Mengo SSC, that's why he was playing. And then I remained with guys who literally knew little. And now it was my responsibility to make sure that these guys can actually make us reach there. I used to tell my colleagues, my classmates, I used to tell them that you guys, one day, we shall also bring a trophy like rugby players bring trophies here. So I used to tell them that. But here we are senior 4, we have qualified for nationals. We were supposed to go for nationals in the holidays of first term. I thought what my guardians had done was a joke. This is when I realized they were not joking. Now I was the captain of this team, I led them here, and now we are going for something bigger. And then this was supposed to sign this document, and they're like, no. The sportsmaster calls my mzee, and he's like, no. I don't know if they even told the headmaster, I don't know, but things failed. I sat down, I was like, okay, next year things will be better. The following year, we again qualified. Me being their captain, we had a chance. I was like, okay, this time round, I am going, I'm sure. And my teammates were like, this time round, we are all going. The gentleman again said no. I felt like giving up. Because I was like, now, this is what we work for the whole year. And now it's only within first term. Why would he stop me from going for this thing? But I realized that he was seeing far ahead than I was seeing. For me, my thoughts were about basketball at that time and having the fun and going out with my friends. But for him, his worry was I might forget that I have books to read. That was his worry. Of which, right now, after many years, when I reached campus, that's when I realized that, by the way, he was right. But still, I'm sure he also realized that, by the way, he was wrong to a certain extent. Because when I reached campus, he used to ask me, so how is that game of yours? He used to call it netball. And I used to tell him, no, Mzee, it's basketball. He's like, hey, it's okay. After 2 days, like, hey, so you're still playing netball? I'm like, no, it's basketball. So he later allowed me to play it. I think he realized that I could handle both. That's when he was like, okay, you do what you can. But I qualified with my team once, twice. The third time, actually the third time I remember we played, Orenga was my very good teammate, and he was a strong force. But we were playing our second final actually. In Orenga was not there. As I told you, when Orenga left, I had a vacuum, so I had to coach other guys in the lower class, so that I can have a full team. By then, our sportsmaster was called Mr. Kwaja. So Kwaja was a very interesting man. He loved the game. He was very enthusiastic. He would push. And that's why I also loved him so much, because he would make things happen. So Orenga left, we had a vacuum, and I had kids who knew how to play the game, but they were not good enough. So it was now my responsibility to make sure that by the time we go for the next games, these guys can play. So that's when I took now the coaching thing to another level. Now I told them, guys, every Saturday morning before we go to clean, we have to go and train. Every Sunday evening from 2, we train. When the coach is not there, we shall be there. And I was in charge. And the beautiful thing is that I am blessed because when I say something, people always listen to me. Yeah. So these guys listened to me, and I think they also saw my vision. So we're on the same page, and we were very lucky that in my last year in high school, I managed to play with these guys. That was actually 2013, because I had to resit up because of playing basketball. One time I played it too much, I failed, but later I caught up. So. My second last year in high school was my last year of playing high school basketball. Yeah, because you're given 6 years only to play. So by then I was in senior 5, but it was my last year. And I was like, God, I've always wanted to bring a trophy. I told these rugby players that I want them bring a trophy like they do. If it doesn't come now, then I'll miss it, because it's my last opportunity. Yeah. God blessed me. We played with those young men whom I had taught. I remember there were senior 3s. I was in senior 6. There were senior 3s and some senior 4s. We met St. Michael in the final. Those guys could dominate Mukono basketball. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Those guys they were on another level. So we meet these guys in the final, and yes, we were like, it ends today. And to me, it was my last opportunity to win a championship for that region. And yes, it came in. That year I won it, and I was very excited. I forgot about the aspect of, I stopped fighting to go for nationals. Yeah. I realized that no matter how hard I fight, Muzea said, man, I'm paying school fees for school to study, not for basketball. So I tuned my mind. I was like, you know what? If I keep on fighting that other side, I'll be wasting my own time. Let me concentrate on what I have. So I concentrated on what I had. We made it through, and we got the championship with the likes of Asede, of now Night Riders in Entebbe. Yeah, so my persistence as an individual is what helped me get to that level. Yeah, I kept on insisting and pushing. And interestingly, when I went to campus, the same challenges are faced, because when you reach the university, you find people who know the game, and they know it. And that means, for example, you know pool court. You go to pool court there and guys are playing. You cannot just go there and start playing. You have to introduce yourself. So I introduced myself. I went in there once, twice. I was shooting that shot. They were like, okay, this guy, what's your name? Moje. And it's my persistence and showing what I could do that made guys now believe in me. And I got into the system. And I was very much disciplined in that I would always do what I am supposed to do whenever I had the chance, yes. And I was always very humble. I think that's what has helped me even move to other positions. I always taught myself to be humble and persistent and resilient to so many things. Because people push their forces from every direction. You can't handle this, you can't handle that. But still, I was persistent enough, I was patient enough. And that's how, personally, I broke through even through the university.
That's a very interesting story. So for you out there, you're trying to get into the game of basketball, and you feel like there are these forces that are pulling you left, right, and center. You have your parents on one side, you have a team on the other side that then accept you. Persistence is key. Yeah, consistency is key. These are some of the things that some of these young players actually need to know. You need to keep pushing, because the situation is never going to be favorable. Okay, there's always going to be ups and downs, but the ones who come out at the top are the ones who keep pushing. Yeah, we've come towards the end of the show, and I know that there are people out there watching you, especially your girls. I know that you have a tournament in November. That's the 3-on-3 tournament. Yes. So as we close the show, I just want you to look into that camera and just talk to the girls, encourage them. Also, anyone out there who's trying to get into the game of basketball, you being a coach and a player, just encourage them, to get into the game of basketball. For those who are trying to be good, just let them know from your perspective as a coach and a player.
Okay, let me start with my players. I strongly believe that we can go far. I believe it from right here. And I want my players to also believe in it. I have drawn a program that if we follow very, very well, we shall not go wrong. So believe in me and believe in yourselves. Put in that extra effort, put in that extra energy. It pays off at the end of the day. And, to those who want to join the game, the truth is it's hard, it's tough, it's not going to be easy. But giving up is not an option. Those who give up never become good players. Maybe they become commentators or what. But some of them, you can become a coach without playing. If you want to become a coach without playing, that's an option. But if you want to play the game, always in the personal effort as an individual. always be open to learning. That's one thing that I've always done. I always want to learn from other people. Even right now from other coaches, I always want to learn. When I have a chance to bring them in to talk to them, I always ask them, Coach, how do you do this? How can I do that? And you shouldn't be in a position whereby you think you know more than, even if someone is younger than you and maybe you feel they have less experience, they can correct something you don't know. Someone one time came and told me, OJ, why do you shoot like this? I told them, but the things are entering. Then he told me, my coach told me to do like this. When I inquired from my coach was also saying, yes, that's how you're supposed to do it. So do not underestimate someone else, because the game is taught to you by everyone around you, your environment. Be humble, be consistent, and don't give up. People will doubt you. People will tell you you cannot do anything. But if you work hard, whether someone has talent or not, if you work hard, you will break through.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, OJ. Reminds me of a quote from Kevin Durant. He says that hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard.
Indeed.
Yeah, so,
Indeed.
and that is what you're saying. Well, I just want to thank you for being with us here on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. I believe that, all the words of wisdom you've passed on, to your team, to everyone out there watching, to those who are trying to get into the game of basketball, and also other coaches have really been helpful. And I wish you all the best in your career,
Thank you
also
very much.
for the games that are coming up. And hopefully next time you'll come back here with a trophy and,
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Yeah, we'll celebrate something like that. For you who's watching, thank you for being with us on House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk with me, Emmanuel. Catch us again next time where we will be dissecting the game of basketball, talking about different perspectives. Till next time, have a blessed day.
Thank you. Yes. Hello. Hello, our dear viewers, on Sunday Rise session. I'm humbled to be a part of your family this wonderful Sunday. It's a beautiful Sunday indeed. The sunshine, the day began so well with a very good sunshine out there, and I love the word Sunday Rise sessions. I believe yes. Hello. Hello, our dear viewers, on Sunday Rise session. I'm humbled to be a part of your family this wonderful Sunday. It's a beautiful Sunday indeed. The sunshine, the day began so well with a very good sunshine out there, and I love the word Sunday Rise sessions. My name is Patrick Cyrus Chitego. I'm a gospel saxophonist. Actually, out there, I have some apostolic work and some evangelistic work I do out there. I'm as well as I'm a father. The Lord has blessed me with a little young man. He's coming to 10. He's actually 10 years. So I'm humbled to be here this wonderful day. Our dear viewers, I believe it shall be a wonderful time with us together. I have a few words to share with us. I have lots of music to share with you. So it's indeed a wonderful day. I love the psalmist who says that from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, the name of the Lord should be praised. Yes, I'm happy to be here. Patrick Cyrus once again is my name, and we are on Sunday Rise sessions. Sunday Rise sessions. Yeah, today we shall move. I have a few words to share with you, and indeed, we shall enjoy ourselves. Today, our theme shall come from Hebrews chapter 13, verse 6, verse 5 and 6, but with a very big emphasis on verse 6. Let me say this. The scriptures say that, let your conversation be without covetousness, and be content with such things as you have. For he has said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. Just a little thing right over there is the person who said those words was Jesus Christ. I began with a song. I don't know that you're familiar with it, but it is called Calvary. Just last Sunday here we celebrated Easter. We celebrated Good Friday, right through to Easter. We celebrated the death of our Lord Jesus Christ. And I must boldly say that because of him, because of the cross, we are here. Now, I just wanted to emphasize that he's the one who said, the one who died and rose again, Jesus Christ. He's the one who said that I will never leave you nor forsake you. Now, our point of where we're going to drill this entire session will be verse 6. So that we may boldly say that the Lord is my helper. I will not fear what man shall do unto me. Our dear viewers, you are on Sunday Rise session. It's indeed a wonderful day to be here. And the scriptures are speaking very beautiful words. I come to you to encourage you, to speak into your life. The scriptures are telling us that there comes a time in our lives when we are going to boldly say that he is our helper. We are not going to fear any person. We're not going to fear any situation. We're not going to fear any circumstance. Yes, we are on Sunday Rise sessions. I want to quickly take you back to some music. I want to do you another track that I pray that it encourages you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, let me get it over here. Okay. Yeah, this is a simple song. It's called The Joy of the Lord. I wrote that song maybe 4 or 5 years ago, but I was able to record it actually by the end of the year. And it's called Joy of the Lord. Can you please enjoy this lovely track? And as we continue, the Lord is your helper. Don't switch off. Don't get away. Enjoy, please. Thank you. Hello, 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 hello. You're welcome back from this beautiful musical break. Patrick Cyrus is my name. Patrick Cyrus Chitego is my name. Once again, I'm a gospel saxophonist. I have some apostolic work I do and some evangelistic work that I do. And I'm just humbled to be here. I'm just humbled to be here on Sunday Rise Sessions. It's indeed a very, very beautiful Sunday day. And we began off the session by me telling you about, Easter that has gone by, and celebrating what Christ did on the cross. And I came all the way to sharing with you about the help of the Lord. And today's theme has been on the help of the Lord. Actually, let me say this. It is interesting for you to note that the Hebrew word for the word help is Ezah. And there's a famous song in this country, I think you've heard of it. It is called Ebenezer. It's in the local dialect, the Uganda dialect. It's called Ebenezer. And many times, actually, I used to think that song was, it's a biblical word. I think, let me say that. It's a biblical word, Ebenezer. And it was written actually by, it's in the scriptures, Holy Scriptures, 1 Samuel chapter 7, I think verse 12, to be very exact. Yes, Samuel says that thus far the Lord has helped us. He was recognizing the help of the Lord. Now, friends, I'll take you back to our theme. We're still on the theme, but I'll take you back to what I said a little bit earlier. And I was saying that the Lord promises us. I love one man. He said, I was listening to a certain preacher, and this is what he said. He said that every promise, every I will in the promise, in the word of God is a promise. Let me say that again. Every I will of the Lord, like for example, I would say, I will give you money. That is a promise. It's an interesting, interpretation of this. So the Lord promised us that He will never leave us nor forsake us, that we may be in a position to boldly proclaim that the Lord is our helper. Yes, that's an interesting, it's the word I have for you this wonderful day. Even as you're listening to some music along the way, the Lord is speaking to you that He is your helper. What can man do to you? I can show you many places in the Holy Scriptures where the Lord was speaking where men, holy men, were really acknowledging the help of the Lord. Let us continue with one more track. As we continue, we have a whole session with us. May you be blessed, friends. May you be blessed. May you be blessed. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, kindly we just request you to just go for a simple break and we come back. Thank you very much. We are on Sunday session, Sunday Rise sessions. Please don't go away. Thank you very much.
Gone astray from your presence alone. May our lives be pleasing offering, a broken spirit, and a contrite heart. Hallelujah. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, we gone astray from your presence alone. May our lives be pleasing offering, a broken spirit, and a contrite heart. Hallelujah. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, we
good idea. It has gone through the development process. Then you start what we call
in fundraising, as an institution or even an individual who has a creative project, there is what they call fundraising, and that is if it's a public good, it's a common activity. If it's a business, that's a different thing. So when you're doing a business, creative business project, you're not asking for funding, you're asking for investment. People just get turned off by just being asked. You know, you just come and say, Paizo, give me money. I'm like, who are you? You know?
Why should I give you?
Why should I?
What is it?
How do I get them to know that I exist? You're not asking yet, but you're just trying to check to test the waters and see how whether it's possible. I've met Faisal. I know.
Come and dance to the Lord, my brother, my sister. I don't know where you are right now. Please, you can just rise up wherever you are. I don't encourage you unless maybe you are crossing the road. But if you're not crossing the road, just come, let's enjoy the Lord. Just come, let's dance to the Lord. That's all the track was saying. Yes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Sunday Rise session. Patrick Cyrus Chitego is my name. I'm excited to be here once again. We've been here. If you're just joining us, please, once again, this is the Sunday Rise session. Now, I'm a gospel saxophonist, a father, a preacher, an apostolic person, and I'm humbled to be here at this great television, the House of Talent. Yes, we've been talking about our helper who's God. And in the previous session, I noted and I said that that word is a Hebrew word that means that actually is translated as it is translated. The word in Hebrew is called Ezah, where we get the word actually Ebenezer, simply the Lord. Thus far, the Lord has helped us. Yes, I'm humbled to be here, and we've been speaking about the help of the Lord. And now, help takes another dimension right now. I need to say this before we continue with our music. I need to say this, our dear listeners and our dear viewers. You need to know that help is greatly dependent on the person who's helping you. Maybe that statement has not been very clear, but let me elucidate on it a little more. Listen to me very carefully. My brother, my sister, mother or father. For example, if there is a child and you're a grown-up person, this is an example I'm giving to you. There is a father, and maybe you have your youngest child who's about maybe 5-10 years. A father cannot tell them to carry me. Can you please help me and carry me? You see, it does not make sense, because all that child is going to do is going to try to help you, is going to try, they're going to throw you down, because they cannot really help you. So I began by saying that help is actually is dependent on the person bringing the help. I know whether I'm a bit clear there. I don't know whether I am very clear, but I hope I'm clear. Help depends on the person giving you, is dependent on the person giving you the help. Now, let's switch the roles. If the young child tells their father in the home, can you please, Daddy, help me and carry me? Do you know that will be very easy? It will be very easy. The father will just catch, even if he's a very giant-like man, he will just can't even pick the child up with the hand. One beautiful hand. And isn't that interesting to note that when the Bible talks about God being our helper, I love it in Psalm 121. The Bible says that I will lift up my eyes to the hills. That was David himself. From where will my help come from? Now he answers himself. That's a question which he answers himself. My help will come from the Lord who made the heavens and the earth. Let me just unpack that a little bit in a minute. The maker of the heavens and the earth. The heavens were made by God. By the maker, the heavens were made by God, and the earth was made by God. Actually, you and I were made by God. So David is acknowledging that the helper is the maker of the heavens and the earth. And I like in another place, the scriptures tell us that the heavens and the earth are God's handiwork. Handiwork. In Uganda, emirimu j'emikono gye. But in the hand, we are God's workmanship, you and I. So, let me just take you back to, and I just finish up this a little bit. Help heavily depends on the person that is giving you the help. Hello, your helper. Your helper is God, the maker of the heavens and the earth. So like in a minute, like I have given you an example of a little child with their father. The child must look to the father for help, not the other way around. A father looking to the help for the help of a little child, it does not make a lot of sense. So, friend, I hope you encourage this wonderful Sunday, the 11th of April, and we just proclaiming and saying that the Lord is our helper. We began by saying that the Lord promises, I will never leave you nor forsake you. That you may boldly say that the Lord is our helper. Oh, thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you very much for hearing this wonderful broadcast. And I personally am enjoying myself right over here. And I want to take you back to some music. I said I'm a saxophonist, although I have a few words to speak to you. But I'm ideally a saxophonist. I enjoy the saxophone. I play many instruments by the grace of God. And one time I'll again come back. I play the harp. How many of you have seen the harp? I play the flute, I play the clarinet, I play the piano, I play the trumpet. So one day I shall come back here and I play for you one of those songs. I thank the Lord. Yes, and now I need to do the next song, and it's just simply, we are the chosen generation. Yes, put on your dancing shoes, rise up where you are. You could be in your sofa set, you could be in a taxi, wherever you are. Can you just please enjoy this wonderful track? Chosen generation. Enjoy. I am a wonder. It doesn't matter what you see now. It doesn't matter what you see now. It doesn't matter what you see now. It is interesting for us to note, friends. We began here by saying that the Lord is our helper. But I want you to take a look at me now. You take a look at me now. What you see now. It doesn't matter what you see now. Let me tell you, the glory of the Lord is upon me. Believe it or not, at least me, I believe that the glory of the Lord is upon me. And with his help, he shall surely come through for me. Thank you very much for listening to us. We are on this wonderful afternoon on the Sunday Rise session. It's been a very wonderful time together. I don't know whether you're enjoying, but I hope you're enjoying. You know, I can sing sometimes, but not every time. I was majorly gifted by the grace of God with playing the instruments. One man made an interesting, I think it was T.D. Jakes, who made a very interesting observation that really blessed my heart. And this is what it was. He said that in this world, there are two types of instruments. The instruments that are played with the hands and the instruments that are blown with the mouth. Now listen to me. When God wanted to make an instrument for himself, tell you what, it is you. Because with your hands you can clap. With your mouth you can sing to him. You listen to me. Does it make sense? When the Lord wanted to make for himself an instrument, this is what he did. He went down to the earth with his hands. He made this body, and with his breath, he breathed life into you. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but for me it does make sense, because you are now an instrument. You have no excuse to praise the Lord and worship him and enjoy him. Thank you very much. We've been talking about help, and it's been a wonderful session. We are on the Sunday Rise session. Thank you very much for listening to us. Yes, I don't know, I feel in my spirit I need to reiterate that when God wanted to make an instrument, he made you with his hands. He stooped down into the earth and he molded the body, and then he breathed life into you. What an interesting statement. Yes, thank you so much for following us. We are on the Sunday Rise session. Please allow us to go for a simple break and we come back. Thank you very much for being with us for this while. Thank you very much.
Gone astray from your presence, Lord. May our lives be pleasing offering, a broken spirit and a contrite heart. Hallelujah. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, we
Project, definitely, if it's a good idea. it has gone through the development process, then you start what we call in fundraising. As an institution or even an individual who has a creative project, there is what they call fundraising, and that is if it's a public good, it's a common activity. If it's a business, that's a different thing. So when you're doing a business, creative business project, you're not asking for funding, you're asking for investment. People just get turned off by just being asked. You know, you just come and say, Paizo, give me money. I'm like, who are you? You know?
Why should I give you?
Why should I?
What is it?
How do I get them to know that I exist? You're not asking yet, but you're just trying to check to test the waters and see how whether it's possible. I've met Faisal, I know Eddie, we've had a conversation, I trust what he's going to do.
Yeah.
So that trust is built within that asking. Honestly, the money is there. There's a lot of money, and those who know how to find it, they always find it. But then you find others saying, oh, that one is taking our money. Yet you didn't make an effort to find it. We have sleepless nights. I wake up at 2 a.m. to write applications, proposals. I try to balance my office daytime and my fundraising time and all the other things. So you really have to make an effort. The US has just put out a call. The State Department has just put out a call for support for a collaborative grant between the US and Uganda. It's for institutions, it's for individuals, for practitioners that are interested in exchanging ideas and knowledge between US and Uganda specifically. And it's quite between $5,000 to $50,000. So it's available. I talked about earlier about the SCP fund, which was it was introduced already here in Uganda before COVID, I think. And finally, we got British Council and HEVA managing this fund for East Africa. So if the call is almost out, I think they'll put it out in May or June. And when that call comes out, you can apply for like 180,000 euros for 3 years, that you can do whatever you want to do. It's both institutional and for individual projects.
Please share it far and wide. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. And this information will always remain there. You can watch the show. Share it far and wide.
here. The Sunday Rise session. Patrick Cyrus here. Our God is a healer. Our God is a savior. Our God is a helper. Yes, is what we are telling you this wonderful afternoon. Thank you very much for following us. Thank you very much for being with us this wonderful day. Yes, we thank the Lord. We're in the last session, and we're just speaking to you plainly that the Lord is a helper. The Lord is a helper. Now, friends, when God created man, he said one thing that was very interesting. He said, it is not good for man to be alone. And what did he do? He created woman out of man. And I like the scriptures. The scriptures use the word, and I will make it. This is God saying, I will make him a helpmate. A helpmeet. The simpler versions use the word I will make him a helper comparable to him. So we have a few differences, of course, in as far as anatomy is concerned with a woman, but woman came out of man. Actually, Adam himself says, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. You listen to me. But you see, that one is called a helper. I want to talk to you finally about the helper. The helper is the Holy Spirit. Friends, when the Bible says, it is expedient for me to live and go. For if I don't go, the helper will not come. The other one, remember, woman is a helper, comparable to man. But the Holy Spirit is the helper. The helper. Friends, we need the helper. So on this wonderful broadcast, I've come to just tell you that the Lord is there to help you. Ebenezer, this far the Lord has helped us. Friends, we are coming from a very, very, very hard year, which was last year, a year of COVID, the pandemic, COVID-19, and a few places people still having this issue. We want to thank the Lord that in Uganda, the Lord has sustained us. Actually, we can boldly say that the Lord has helped us. Yes, we bless the Lord. Now, I want to speak specifically to someone. You are there and you need help. I don't know what help you need, but the Lord is saying to you that He will never leave you nor forsake you. Please, put your heart to Him. Tell Him whatever you need to tell Him. I said earlier that the I will of the Lord is a promise. Whenever the Lord said I will, that's a promise. And the Lord is calling on you. Do you need help? Come and He will give you the help. He will give you the help because He's the maker of the heavens and the earth. I want to bless the Lord for this wonderful afternoon that I've had to share with you some important words. And the words are, the Lord is your helper. These words have transformed my life. I would have gone a little more deeper because the greatest helper is the person of the Godhead, who is the Holy Spirit. Jesus introduces him to us, introduces the Holy Spirit to us as the helper. You need a helper, ask the Holy Spirit to help you. And I want to now pray for you and just ask the Lord to help you. Someone wants a business deal, someone wants a job, someone is believing God for help. The child is sick, your mother is sick. Whatever circumstance it is, you are going to boldly say, God is your helper. Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, I pray that may there be healing. I pray that may your helping hand come out and help someone. For Lord, for we have the greatest helper in you, O God. For you said you never leave us nor forsake us. May you help us in every situation. And amen. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Now, I want to finish with a song, and the song is entitled Ebenezer. It is in a local dialect, but I pray you'll understand. In the local dialect, it says, Ebenezer, Ebenezer, The Lord has brought us from far. Ebenezer, the Lord is taking us far. That is how loosely I will translate it. Friends, this one I'm going to rise up and dance for the Lord. I'm also welcoming you to rise up on your feet, because we're going to dance for the Lord. That word Ebenezer was spoken by Samuel, the prophet of God. And this is what he said. He said, thus far the Lord has helped us. Indeed, O Uganda, thus far the Lord has helped us. Please, may you enjoy this wonderful session as we can put on your dancing shoes once again. Oh, have you removed them off? Please don't remove them off. Yes. Rise up on your feet. Let's rise up on our feet on this, the Sunday Rise session. And I'm going to finish with a simple song. It's called Ebenezer. Thus far the Lord has helped us. He has brought us from afar and is taking us afar. Please, may you enjoy in the name of Jesus Christ. Be blessed. Oh, where you can just cut on. Can't fail to dance for the Lord. I cannot fail, friends. For the Lord has brought us from far, and He is surely taking us from far. Thus far, the Lord has helped us. has brought us from far. We cannot fail to proclaim him. And as we proclaim the Lord, even the beginning of this week, may the Lord have his mercy on you. May the Lord help you in every way. Oh, this has been a wonderful session. It has been a wonderful session. It has been a wonderful session. Oh, we bless the Lord. Friends, as we're about to sign off, yes, and we were speaking about the help. The Lord is willing to help you. We've prayed about it. But even in every single place, wherever, either you are in a taxi, you are traveling up country, you're traveling abroad, please, or you are abroad, the Lord is your helper. He will help you in every. Just give your heart to him. Just give your soul to him. Just tell him, Lord, you are the helper. And I want to call forth someone who wants to give their life to Christ. The Lord is saying, and he is asking you that give your life to him. He can transform it. He can help you. He's the greatest helper. He will help you with peace. He will help you with provision. He will help you with whatever you need. Put your heart to him. Give him your soul. And you can just say a simple prayer. Heavenly Father, this day I give my life to you. Transform it. Change it. May it be a life. May I live a life that is pleasing to you. And forgive me for every sin I have done from my birth, from my childhood to where I am. Transform me. And this day, I decide to follow after you. And if you've prayed those simple words, they might seem simple, they are powerful. Your life cannot be the same again. The Lord will help you. Jehovah desires to help you, my friend. Give your life to him. It's like as if I am begging you. Yes, I am begging you. Because you cannot be there struggling when there is someone who can help you. And I know of the person who can help you. You know, when we are out there, someone can tell you, oh, I know of a doctor who can help you. I know of a good lawyer who can help you. Me, I'm telling you of the one who's all in all, who has the greatest help. Chief helper. God, the Father, is welcoming you home. He says, come and I'll help you. Come and I'll help you. It's been a wonderful time. Enjoying ourselves together, and I don't know whether by the time yes, the Sunday Rise session is the beautiful program that I've been on this wonderful day. I promise you I will be back because you've blessed my soul, you've blessed my spirit. Thank you so much for the administration. I thank you for the owner of this wonderful television. For yes, you're going far. Yes, the Lord shall help you attain whatever you need to attain. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I don't know how I need to sign up. I don't know just how I need to sign up, but it doesn't hurt to just sign up with I feel like just repeating that song. I don't know why. It just simply says Ebenezer. Just enjoy as we sign out.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake.
Yeah.
So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tonatra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address now as you look into the camera and close the show?
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
Wherever you may lead, I will follow. Lord of my soul will be my guide.
Hello everybody.
Hello.
My name is Emmanuel Ranja and I'm here with Purple. And we're here to inspire you today. We're here to minister to you, to worship with you. And just in a few words, I would like Purple to greet you and say something.
Hello everyone, my name is Purple, Pauline Purple, CEO of Purple Lifestyle Limited, and a proud, charismatic, born-again Christian. And I love Jesus from the bottom of my heart.
Okay, I hope you join us today and worship with us, enjoy this session. And may the presence of God fill your place wherever you are. And at the end of this, let's hope that you have a testimony. Don't forget to like the page House of Talent TV.
Yeah.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, even on YouTube, we're there. So whichever channel, if Facebook is disturbing you, just cross over to YouTube, or you can head over to Twitter.
Yeah.
You'll find us there. So enjoy.
Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul, I worship Your holy name. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul, I worship Your holy name. Hallelujah. You have overcome, you have overcome, hallelujah. Jesus, you have overcome the world. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul, worship Your holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul, I worship Your holy name. Hallelujah. You have overcome, you have overcome, hallelujah. Jesus, you have overcome the world.
Every must come down, every stronghold shall be broken.
You wear the victor's crown. You have overcome, you have overcome. Every hard thing must come down. Every stronghold shall be broken. You wear the victor's crown. You have overcome, you have overcome. You have overcome. You have overcome.
Hallelujah. Woo! Nothing compares to the promise that we have in Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Lord, we stand in the midst of a multitude of those from every tongue and tribe. We are your people, redeemed by your blood, rescued from death by your love. There are no words good enough to thank you. There are no words to express my praise, and I will lift up my voice and sing from hallelujah, to the Lamb, hallelujah, hallelujah. By the blood of Christ we stand. Every tongue, every tribe, every people, every land, giving glory, giving honor, giving praise unto the Lamb of God. Lord, we stand in the midst of a multitude of those from every tribe and tongue. We are your people, redeemed by your blood, rescued from death by your love. There are no words good enough to thank you. There are no words to express my praise, and I will lift up my voice and sing from my heart with all of my strength. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah to the Lamb. Hallelujah, hallelujah. By the blood of Christ we stand. Every tongue, every tribe, every people, every land, giving glory, giving honor, giving praise unto the Lamb of God. Every knee shall bow, every tongue confess that you alone are Lord. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah to the Lamb. Hallelujah, hallelujah. By the blood of Christ we stand. Every tongue, every tribe, every people, every land, giving glory, giving honor, giving praise unto the Lamb of God, giving praise unto the Lamb of God, giving praise unto the Lamb of God. Jesus Christ, Lamb of God. Sits on the throne, and unto the Lamb we give all the blessings and the glory and the honor forever. To him who sits on the throne and unto the Lamb, to him who sits on the throne and unto the Lamb, to him who sits on the throne and unto the Lamb. Sits on the throne and unto the Lamb. Be blessing and glory and honor and power forever. Be blessing and glory and honor and power forever. Be blessing and glory and honor. Be blessing blessing and glory and honor and power forever. To him who sits on the throne and unto the Lamb. To him who sits on the throne and unto the Lamb. To him who sits on the throne and unto the Lamb. Be blessing and glory and honor and power. Be blessing and glory and honor and power forever. Be blessing and glory. Be blessing and glory and honor and power forever. Be blessing and glory and honor and power forever.
Okay, we're going to take a short break and then we'll be back. Stay tuned.
Lord, and evening waves, you inspire songs of praise. The rise from earth to turn your heart and glorify your name. And your name is a strong and mighty tower. Your name is a shelter like no other. Your name, let the nations sing it louder. Nothing has the power to save but your name. Morning, dawn, and evening face, you inspire songs of praise. The rise from earth to turn your heart and glorify your name. And your name is a strong and mighty tower. Your name
shelter like no other. Your name, let the nation sing it louder. Nothing has the power to save but your name, but your name. I bring offering worship to my King. No one on earth deserves the praises that I sing. Jesus, may you receive the honor that you're due. Oh Lord, I bring an offering to you. I bring an offering of worship to my King. No one on earth deserves the praises that I sing. Jesus, may you receive the honor that you're due. Oh Lord, I bring an offering to you. Oh Lord, I bring an offering to you. Oh Lord, I bring an offering to you.
Psalms chapter 23, a psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures, and he leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. For thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies, and thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And that's when somebody says amen.
Amen.
Don't be surprised when we, don't be shocked when I use the King James Version. I also have the simpler one here. I'm using the New Living Translation that says, the Lord is my shepherd. I have all that I need. You know how that is interesting? It says, when the Lord is your shepherd, then you have everything that you need. And it says, he lets me rest down in green meadows and leads me beside the peaceful stream. There's a common saying that people like, that we're going to look for greener pastures somewhere.
I hear that.
Now, when the Lord is your shepherd, he makes you lie down in the greener pastures.
Right.
Yes.
You don't go looking for the greener pastures. In the greener pastures.
Perfect, perfect. So you notice Jesus sometimes spoke about it in Matthew. No, it was in John. Where he was talking about the shepherd. He says, I am the shepherd, good shepherd. Then he says, then he also, later on he talks about wolves in sheep's clothing. What. So Jesus is a shepherd to sheep. Now there's something that is different about, I'm going to give two animals. That's a sheep and a goat. Now goats are known for their rebellion. Yes. But now sheep are known for their obedience. Some people call them foolish because they foolishly obey. In others, they don't have time to question their master. But now when the Lord is a shepherd to sheep, now there's something about, I heard so many years ago that God does not rebuke sheep, he rebukes goats. You need to be a goat in order to receive a rebuke from the Lord, because you have a kind of hard head. You know, that moment when you're trying to pull a what? You're trying to pull a goat, you say, let's go this way. The goat says, no, I'm not going anywhere. Now, I'm referring here to now sheep.
Yes.
It says, the Lord is my shepherd.
Yes.
In other words, I need to be a sheep.
Mm-hmm.
First, forget about the wolves who dress up in sheep's clothing,
Yep.
and then they come to feast on the
Lip
sheep
service
somewhere.
Christians, yes.
But the Lord is my shepherd. Then he says, he renews my strength. That's verse 3. Oh, well, in Psalms 23, yeah. Verse 3. He guides me along the path, bringing honor to his name.
Yeah.
Then he says, hallelujah. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, the King James says the valley of the shadow of death.
Yeah.
You know what a shadow is? The shadow is actually not a reality, but it's some kind of that thing that threatens you.
Oh, yeah.
Mm. You know, when it shows you that something exists, there has to, light hits a substance, an opaque object, then the other side there's a shadow. So now there's death somewhere, but death is not actually where you are. But there's a shadow of death. In other words, whenever you pass through that area, you are almost very sure that you're encountering death. Now that's what most of us go through. There are shadows of situations that that we keep encountering, and it looks almost, it has the shape. So there's a shape of death, there's a shape of prison, there's a shape of whatever thing, and we have so many shapes. Even among Christianity, there's something Jesus said, they have a form of godliness. In other words, they have a shape that looks like godliness, but it's not the real godliness. So that's why they can have the ability to deny the power, because if you had the real substance has the power. But yeah, so they have a form of godliness. Now here we're talking about the shadow of death. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no what? No evil.
Amen.
So we can have the confidence in amidst all the shadows that we have. We have the confidence that what? That you can walk confidently because the Lord is my shepherd.
Your protector, your lamp, your light.
Exactly. And I like the part that says, it actually took me time to understand that bit. It says, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Oh, yes.
So at one time I kept asking myself, what is the rod and the staff for? You know, the Bible says, spare the rod, spoil the child. So I was thinking, maybe, is it for hitting me?
Like that,
Then I remember that one of the reasons a shepherd holds a staff is so that he can beat out the wolves.
Oh, yes.
Exactly. Wolves like eating sheep.
Yes.
So when the shepherd comes, and now you are amidst all that, the shepherd comes with his staff and this rod. And
makes
then
sense, yes. That makes a lot of sense.
So the rod and the staff, the moment you see the shepherd and then you see the rod and then the staff, and you're confident there, and you're like, okay, I'm safe because my shepherd has come with his rod.
Right.
So I can walk comfortably in the shadow of death, whichever, even if it's, and the valley, I would describe it as something that is what? It's like a chamber or the zone. So there's a particular zone which is known for having the shadow of death. And every time you go there, you'll be like, this is... thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. And then it says, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies.
Right.
Sometimes I kept thinking, okay, like the one common thing we all desire is that our enemies are taken away, and then
that's so true.
And then we don't have any enemies left. But the Bible says the Lord prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies. In other words, let the enemies stay.
They shall witness the glory of the Lord.
The Lord prepares a table for you, so you have a feast, and then the Lord anoints your head with oil in front of your enemies while they are watching. And then it says, wow. And my cup runs over. Your cup is overrunning. Your enemies are watching. That's what the Lord does. He will not remove your enemies, but prepares for you a table. And then the common one which we love after that, because the Lord is my shepherd, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And I will dwell in the house of God forever. And we say, Amen.
Amen.
I hope somebody's encouraged.
Yes.
We'll have a short moment here, a little bit of a short interview here.
Perfect tenor, I must say.
Wow, wow.
Yes, and he used to be a choir master before he went into other things, law and whatnot. And then also my mom has a very beautiful alto, a very deep alto. I think, I don't know, but she sings so well. She has a very nice alto. So I think I got a bit of both, like mom's side and dad's side, because I sing both alto, tenor, and soprano. Yes. At church, most people may say I'm a soprano, but I believe I am an alto. God created me as an alto. So, yes.
Wow.
So I've been singing since then till now. I sing at Portland Church, I'm on the worship team.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah. And then I also sing small gigs and, you know, with Mamlaka band, our band. Yeah. What else? I think that's it.
Tell us something. Have you started learning an instrument?
I only play local instruments actually. I only play adungu. I can play adungu.
Adungu?
Yes, adungu. I call it adungu because I'm an Acholi. So that's how we call it adungu.
Adong.
Adungu.
Adong.
Something like
okay.
that.
So that means anytime that we get a chance and bring you here, you can show us something?
With adungu? Yes, I will.
Okay.
That will be lovely.
That will be something good to do.
Yeah, I like that.
It is similarly to me. Okay, we'll be going into something else.
Yeah.
And I think we'll need to continue in the worship.
Okay.
Then we'll be back.
I will celebrate, sing unto the Lord. I will sing to him a new song. I will celebrate, sing unto the Lord. I will sing to him a new song. I will celebrate, sing unto the Lord. I will sing to him a new song. I will celebrate, sing unto the Lord. I will sing to him a new song. I will praise him. I will sing to him a new song. I will praise him. I will sing to him a new song. I will celebrate, sing unto the Lord. I will sing to him a new song. I will celebrate, sing unto the Lord. I will sing to him a new song. I will praise him. I will sing to him a new song. I will praise him. I will sing to him a new song. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I will celebrate, sing unto the Lord. I will sing to him a new song. I will celebrate, sing unto the Lord. I will sing to him a new song. I will praise him. I will sing to him a new song. I will praise him. I will sing to him a new song.
With all your might.
The God is an awesome God. He reigns. Our God is an awesome God. He Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, love. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, love. Our God is an awesome God.
We're going for a short break and then we'll be back. Yes. Hey, inside my car. Yeah. You just tell them to bring you up to House of Talent, eh? Okay, Pauline, tell us something about your musical background once again. Like, did you have any special training?
Oh yes, I did. from Watoto Church. We did vocal training, and before I also went on tour, I did vocal training for about 6 months, and I sang on tour for another 6 months. So I sang for almost a whole year, doing both trainings and doing shows. So, and Watoto Church does one of the best vocal trainings I know of. So I'm proud to say I did it from there. Yes.
Wow, wow,
Yeah.
wow. That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, you tell me, how did you come to know this somebody that is standing here? the name actually seated.
I got to meet Emmanuel Ranja at university at UCU, Uganda Christian University, in 2011, around that time when I was at the university, when I had just joined in my first year. So we met at church. We were singing in the band room, I remember very well, and people were just, playing around with the music, and everyone was just playing whatever they want to sing, just sing whatever you want to sing, we're jamming to the music. And then, introduced ourselves, like, hi Ranja, what's up, what are you doing, what's up, finding out later he stays in Nalia, I also stay in Nalia, we're just neighbors, a stone away from each other. I was like, oh, this is interesting. So we became good friends like that, and then we'd sing, we'd lead praise and worship at church, then the friendship grew like that.
Wow, wow.
Yeah.
Tell me something. There are people who outward, like, in the past I used to meat people who would always think that music, let's say church, basically is a boring place.
Oh, no. I actually miss the old church. I miss when Corona wasn't there, because we would meet and have so much fun. At least my friends at Watoto can witness, friends at Worship Harvest can witness, friends at all those churches that have very nice fun activities for people. I really miss the old church. I know God is faithful. Someday we shall say no more Corona, no more COVID, no more, I don't know, no more of that. Everything will just go back to normal and everyone have fun as we used to, yeah.
Wow. So have you recorded any songs before?
I have recorded some songs, and I'm still recording in studio, and very soon, something for everyone. Yeah.
Wow, wow. So just give a word to people out there who are rising up in the gospel industry, and then they're meeting a lot of resistance out there. I do not know, but I think, in my opinion, it's just a misconception. People think gospel music is boring, but actually, to me, I find it very, very, very both entertaining, uplifting, and it's very clean.
Yes.
And then, anyway, that's on my side, because
I agree with you.
Through the gospel music, I've learned how to play these instruments and all that. And so, say something to the people out there.
Well, if you would love to, go further with your music career in the gospel industry, your biggest priority should be genuinely for the glory of the Lord. If it is for the glory of the Lord, I kid you not, you will go places. But if you're doing it for just, what do they usually say, just for just, trust me, oja kudiba, and that's where you will stay lingering in the same place. So if you're doing it for the glory of the name of the Lord, and trust me, you will go places. We keep on seeing these churches in the States and in Europe, when they do their music and it's going everywhere. You see every church is playing it. You see Ronnie Status is having the same song. Up to now, we still listen to Don Moen. Up to now, we still listen to Ren Kenoli. We still listen to Casting Crowns. And you're like, how are these guys still ministering to us till today? Just because they're doing it for the glory of the name of the Lord. And you will make that loot, you will make that dime if you're doing it for the glory of the Lord. Just do not be a lip service Christian.
Wow, wow.
Yeah.
Just one more thing. There are many times I've met people who trash the kind of old worship music, but like you said, if you're doing it for the glory of God, then there's no need for you to trash it, because this was not music done for entertainment.
Yes.
Yes, it was done for the glory of God. That's why every time you sing it, even if it's after 30 years, it still has the same impact.
Thank you. That's the beauty about gospel music. And you see, the funny thing is, people listen to all the worldly music and whatnot, but when they're downhearted and they feel like everything is coming, like they feel like their hearts are just breaking. That's when they go to the Aka gospel song. Tiwanange pamba tiramu kama. Yeah, you know, they go back to that, and I'm thinking, you see, gospel music still does the magic. But because when you're happy days, you go and dance. And I like what the latest artists in the gospel industry are doing. They do those, you know, pop songs and, you know, the funky songs, and everyone is enjoying them. I don't know how to do some of the things, but at least I listen and I enjoy them.
Wow.
So it's actually a very good thing.
We give the glory to God.
Amen.
And that doesn't stop us from singing a new song unto the Lord.
Yeah.
Sing a new song. But also know that the people who wrote, just like the scriptures, we don't have new scriptures today. We are having the same old Bible. But
yeah.
In other words, whether new or old, do it for the glory of God.
Yeah.
Amen.
Amen.
So we'll do some praise and worship again here.
I will enter his gates with thanksgiving in my heart. I will enter his courts with praise. I will say this is the day that the Lord has made. I will rejoice for he has made me glad. I will enter his gates with thanksgiving in my heart. I will enter his courts with praise. I will say this is the day that the Lord has made. I will rejoice for he has made me glad. He has made me glad, oh he has made me glad. I will rejoice for he has made me glad. He has made me glad, oh he has made me glad. I will rejoice for he has made me glad. Do we all have Jesus in our hearts? Yes, we do. Oh, 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 oh. Heaven is in my heart. Hey, oh, oh, heaven is in my heart. Everybody sing, oh, heaven is in my heart. Heaven is in my heart. The kingdom of our God is here. Heaven is in my heart. The presence of his majesty. Heaven is in my heart. And in his presence joy abounds. Heaven is in my heart. The light of holiness around. Heaven is in my heart. Everybody sing, oh, oh, oh. Heaven is in my heart. Oh, oh, oh. Heaven is in my heart. We are a temple of the Lord. Heaven is in my heart. We worship him in one accord. Heaven is in my heart. Oh, in his presence joy abounds. Heaven is in my heart. The light of holiness around. Heaven is in my heart. And everybody sing, oh, oh, oh. Heaven is in my heart. Everybody sing, oh, oh, oh. Heaven is in my heart. Oh, oh, oh. Heaven is in my heart. Oh, oh, oh. Heaven is in my heart. Hey. Yeah.
The Lord reigns.
Hey.
The Lord reigns. The Lord reigns. Let the earth rejoice. Let the earth rejoice. Let the earth rejoice. Let the people be glad that our God reigns.
The Lord reigns. The Lord reigns.
The Lord reigns. bands up all his enemies. The hills melt like wax at the presence of the Lord. At the presence of the Lord. The Lord reigns. The Lord reigns. The Lord reigns. Let the earth rejoice. Let the earth rejoice. Let the earth rejoice. Let the people be glad that our God reigns.
Hey, come let us praise. Come let us praise. Oh, hey.
Come let us pray.
Come let us praise.
Lift up your eyes
To the
Lord. Come let us pray. Lift up your eyes to the Lord.
Come let us praise.
Lift up your heart. Come let us praise. For in His love we shall rejoice.
Come let us praise.
Lift up your heart. Come let us praise. For in His love we can rejoice. Come let us praise. Lift up your eyes to the Lord. Come let us praise. Lift up your eyes to the Lord. Lift up your eyes. Lift up your voice. Lift up your heart. For in His love we can rejoice. Lift up your eyes. Lift up your voice. Lift up your heart. For in His love we can rejoice.
Hallelujah. I want this to be your testimony today. I want you to trade your sorrows, trade your shame, trade your sickness, and trade all but pain. Because, woo, won't He do it? Hey! And I'm trading my sorrow. Yeah, I'm trading my shame, Lord. I'm laying them down for the joy of the Lord. Hey, hey, hey. And I'm trading my sickness. Yeah, I'm trading my pain, Lord. I'm laying them down for the joy of the Lord. We sing yes, Lord, yes, Lord, yes, yes, Lord, yes, Lord, yes, Lord, yes, yes, Lord, yes, Lord, yes, Lord, yes, yes, Lord. I am pressed but not crushed, persecuted, not abandoned, struck down but not destroyed. I am blessed beyond the cost, for His promise will endure, and His joy will be my strength. Though the sorrow may last for a night, His joy comes in the morning. And I'm trading my sorrow. Yes, I'm trading my shame, Lord. I'm laying them down for the joy of the Lord. Sing, and I'm trading my sickness. Yes, I'm trading my pain, Lord. I'm laying them down for the joy of the Lord.
Now I'm going to talk to my people.
Yes.
Because I like what, as we are saying, vive la France, vive la francophonie. So, le leadership, c'est quoi? Le leadership, ce n'est pas le fait d'intimider les gens ou bien de dominer les gens. Non. Le leadership, c'est le fait d'aider les gens à suivre le bon chemin. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, ils ne savent même pas par quel chemin emprunter. Il y a des gens qui ont même étudié, mais ils ne savent pas quel business ils doivent faire. Maintenant, l'idée, quand tu rencontres une personne pareille, tu vas l'orienter. Non, tu peux faire mieux que ce que tu fais. Non, la peur que tu as là ne va pas te tuer. Tu peux aller au-delà de la peur. L'idée, c'est comme j'avais donné l'exemple, j'avais donné l'exemple ici en français, en anglais, pardon. La vidéo que j'avais vue à propos des chiens, il y avait un groupe de chiens au niveau du Canada et il n'y avait pas de l'eau. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait la neige, il n'y avait pas la place pour que tout le monde puisse boire de l'eau. Mais il y avait seulement une petite place pour le boss que je vais appeler. Et il ne voulait pas que les autres puissent venir boire de l'eau, comme il était boss. Il intimidait les gens. Mais il y avait un petit garçon, un petit chien qui était là à côté. Il a eu l'idée de briser la glace là où il y avait pas, parce que l'eau était en dessous et il n'y avait pas moyen de boire, mais le petit chien a brisé et tout le monde a vu ce qu'il faisait. Ils sont venus, ils ont commencé à briser et tous ont profité avec l'eau potable. Et le boss était laissé comme un vaurien. Personne ne lui faisait encore confiance parce qu'il n'était pas là pour les aider. Il était là pour le faire peur, les intimider. Mais l'idée, c'est quelqu'un qui est là pour aider quelqu'un à avancer jusqu'à son destin, à sa vision. Parce que nous avons tous nos visions, mais c'est la peur des fois qui nous arrête. Merci mon ami.
Let me take this opportunity. Yeah. I know everybody is watching me. My fellow Ugandans, my fellow youth, my fellow brothers and sisters, please, everything is possible. You can never regret before you die. I know people, they have degrees, masters and what, but they are looking for something to do. They are waiting for their applying for job opportunities. But you can create your own project. You can create it. You understand? Yeah. You can do something, because for me, I came from the foot of the mountain. Mm-hmm. You understand? Everything is possible. So, however much you have a degree, you have what? You will be keeping on looking for job. No jobs. But you can start with something small. Think what you can do. Everything you can do. You can start with something small. You have seen the way how for me I started. I think you saw the park, the small park, yeah, which I started with. Now check. Right now Uganda is proud of that park. But I thought that park was mine at the beginning. I thought, man, I've made this park. But the day when I realized it, that is the time when the community came together and said, from the community, that park is no longer for the community. At the beginning, it was mine. It jumped off from me. It went to the community. It jumped away from the community. It went for Nakawa. It jumped from Nakawa. So now it's for the whole Uganda. Yes. You understand? Yeah. But remember where I started from. Yeah. That's why I say, my fellow Ugandan, my fellow brothers and sisters, sit, think what you can do. It can expand at any time.
To be an engineer. When I joined my Form 5, my dad asked for a PCB math. Back then we used to do a long combination. And I changed the combination because I didn't want to do biology. I didn't want to do the biology. I wasn't interested in medicine. Yeah. But he talked to me. He didn't punish me. Later on, I changed back to the course. And then there I was, went to campus, went for a medical course, and I'm out here. Okay. Yes.
And doctor, before we get into our second part, which is the management of change and development within self, which is what I'm basically taking you through, either in a business or a similar organization and at the nation level.
Right.
You trained as a medical doctor, and we see you now transiting to another area which is very interesting that we have not seen many people in Uganda. That's managing change.
Okay.
What would you describe change management in your understanding as is to many of our viewers?
How would I describe change management?
Yes.
Well, I would initially say, I talk something about change. Change is something inevitable and irreversible. Once change comes, you have to move. It either changes you or you change with a change.
Yes.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time round. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
So I would have expected that at least, the president would have appointed immediately, probably the Minister of Health, to support the process because he has all the powers.
Yeah.
But you see, between that period until the Minister of Health was appointed, we were in a vacuum of there's no Minister of Health. So what COVID-19 law were we implementing? Because we can't implement the presidential directives.
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today, we discuss yet another important area which has been affected by the rule of law. As you may be aware, in the previous editions, we talked about different rights that have been affected by the virus. We've talked about labor rights. We've talked about human rights broadly as a theme. We've talked about access to justice and all those other things. Today, we delve into another sensitive area which is important for our democracy as a country, and that's the issue of rule of law. What does rule of law mean? What does it mean for you and I on any given day? What do we need to do to protect rule of law? What challenges has COVID-19 posed on the rule of law in Uganda? These and many questions are going to be unpacked by my guest today, who is none other than Mr. Michael Aboneka. Michael is a social justice lawyer who works for Action Aid Uganda, where he coordinates the civic space and governance work. He's also a partner at Thomas & Michael, a general practice law firm in Kampala, and does many things himself. If you go online, you will read more about Michael and the stuff that he does. But for today, we're having Michael to tell us, more about, rule of law and how the intersection with COVID-19. Michael, you're very welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm glad to be here to discuss this very important subject.
Sure. How have you been?
I've been great. It's been a roller coaster of things, from COVID-20 to COVID-19 to COVID-2021. So I'm even not sure whether we should call this COVID-20 or 19 or 21. But we are carrying on.
Great. Yeah. You work at Action Aid. I know that broadly you work around social justice issues.
Yes.
Perhaps we could start by slightly understanding what this animal social justice is and the work that you do around it.
Thank you. The thing about social justice is really about how everyone, regardless of their color, sex, age, are able to receive services from the state, and they're able to, their rights are respected, protected, and that everyone around them, be it a state, be it a non-state actor, they are, protecting them and making sure that they are number one list on their list, that your neighbor doesn't go hungry, that you are able to ensure that there is sanity, there is sanity in your neighborhood, that is still social justice, that you care for everyone. So we believe that social justice, if everyone catered for everyone the way they would want to be catered for, then this world and this country will be a better place.
That's quite a workload that you have.
Yes.
I know you've read about Action Aid and your work in the media and a bit of challenges you had a couple of years back in the course of doing your work. So today we're discussing rule of law. People argue that rule of law is a core ingredient of a democracy, or rather for any democracy. It might be correct to say our democracy as well,
yes.
If any. But I thought I could pick your mind first on understanding this concept. When you talk about rule of law, what exactly are we talking about?
Yes, I want to say that, you see, rule of law is that golden thread in the fabric of governance, or fabric of society. So fabric is like a cloth,
yes.
And then you have that golden thread that is moving, across that fabric, and that is rule of law. Be it a clan, be it a home, where else? Family, down there at the butchery, wherever. There is some sense of order, and that order is brought by certain components. So rule of law simply, there are three words: the rule, and then the law, and then of course the conjunction is of. And if you play with that conjunction, things turn around.
Okay.
You've heard people say rule by law.
Yes.
That is totally opposite, with the rule of law. So rule of law, I want everyone to understand that it is not, an astronomical thing that only guys that got the maths need to understand. It is simply that we are all the same.
Okay.
We all adhere to the principles set, be it at your school, be it dormitory, there are dormitory heads, be it border associations, be it tax drivers associations. Even prisoners, they have that guy. Katikiro, depends, I think they used to call them chachi, whatever it is. There is a certain semblance of principles. Others call it rubric, whatever language you want to use. And then that everyone respects it. Everyone. So it's one thing to have laws, principles in place, and another for everyone to respect the same. Simple example, here in Kampala, how many people drive on road islands during traffic? I've even seen cars that belong to the red number plates.
Yes.
People are not patient. They want to actually drive on the road islands. But yet the law says the traffic rules are simple. Follow the lanes, drive on the left, keep your seatbelt on. But people never do that. So you see, the point is that once everyone adheres to principles, then everyone will be alive and everyone will reach in time. So it's just about that. So adherence. The other important thing is about equality.
Yes.
I come from a social justice background.
Yes.
I am a social justice activist. Equality is very important. It is 2 years now, and the majority of Ugandan children have not gone back to school. But I'm told there are others who are studying.
Yes.
So then what makes those different from those one in Kabera Maido? That those in Kabera Maido, they have not even received even an area of the radio that that was promised. Okay?
Yes.
But we hear others are going to school, you hear people are zooming, you hear all this. That breeds inequality.
Yes.
In 2 years' time, the country, Uganda, is going to have the same age mates, but who are different in terms of knowledge,
yes,
who are different in terms of understanding things and opportunities, and then we are going to have a crash. And then we shall not be able to live harmoniously because now the inequality will be big. It also means accountability. The COVID funds. Let me make a very interesting observation. Spice Diana brought matoke, eggs, and all those things, the means of health, during that time of COVID to help. But so who ate that matoke? So I want to know, did the end of the patients eat? They brought a lot of flour, baking powder. Everyone was donating. Cars. But then you hear the patients are saying they're only giving us portion beans. The matoke and the eggs that were donated, where did they go? It comes as simple as that.
Yeah.
And because of that, I actually started a hashtag called Follow the Money Uganda.
Yes.
Follow the Money UG. Let us follow the COVID money. The district tax forces received 150 million shillings. And then the MPs were told to return that money to the district tax forces.
Yes.
And then as they receive that, the Minister of Finance tells them, bring it back to the center.
Yeah.
But what did the 150 million do? That is rule of law. It's accountability. If anyone walked to any district leadership, will they be able to give them that? Recently, they are telling every Ugandan to go and vaccinate. In Wakiso, the health assistants didn't show up. The Ugandans lined up to get vaccinated, and the health officials didn't show up because their allowance had not been given to them.
Accountability.
Someone says, but we sent it. Accountability.
I mean, Michael, you sort of highlight 3 key pillars.
Yes.
One is
adherence to principles.
Yes. 2 is equality, and the third tenet is accountability. I mean, very important things. Perhaps one of the struggles we have as a country, and you articulate the ideas, very eloquently. But I'm curious to know that this idea, what is this legal basis? Because you could be just telling me fancy things you read in textbooks or things you check out in American journals or publications in the EU, and then but our reality we're in Uganda.
Yes.
So I'll just ask,
what makes rule of law as a concept binding on Uganda? Is there a law that prescribes for it in Uganda or in the region, even at the global stage?
Thank you. You see, we're talking about rule of law and their principles. So in Uganda, we have a number of laws, but the chief law, the chief law, and in Uganda it's even better, they call it Semateka, is the constitution of the Republic of Uganda.
Yes.
But in Uganda they call it Semateka. You've heard of Namunswa? You know, the queen of the anthill.
Yes.
So there are those names. So the chief law is the constitution.
Yes.
And the constitution is the effect that this is the supreme law of the country.
Yes.
And any other laws emanate from this constitution. Even if it is that clan taking a decision. You've heard of people who say when a girl gets pregnant, we roll them off a cliff and they die.
Yes, yes.
But the constitution is saying if there is any custom that says otherwise to the constitution, that custom is null and void, because everyone's right to life has been preserved by the constitution, which is the supreme. So the constitution is telling us no one should die except if court has sentenced you to death.
Yeah.
Now, if you a clan leader, in all your glory you think that you can just roll down someone's daughter, you know, off the cliff and they die, then you are going against the law. Therefore you're going against the rule of law, because you're not respecting the constitution. So out of the constitution there are various laws, and the constitution gives parliament to make power. At some point parliament also delegated some functions of making law to the minister. The issue of COVID-19, all these regulations that people have been hearing about.
Yes.
By the way, they think that they're presidential. They think that these laws are by the president.
Yeah, I know we'll come to. Analyze that. Yes.
But that's a minister's function. So we wanted to have a situation where not every time you'll have to call MPs to sit. So somewhere in the constitution, in the acts of parliament, the parliamentarians delegated some of that function to the minister, but also to be exercised judiciously and not in a wanton manner.
Yes.
That Mr. Ochom is a difficult man. Let me make a law and say that he will not eat food for the rest of his life. No. It has to be judiciously so that we promote a harmonious society.
So that's at the Ugandan level.
Yes.
Do you have anything at the regional and the international stage?
Yes, we do. For example, the issue about law outside Uganda, and people have also argued it alongside sovereignty. We are Uganda. Don't tell us what we can do. But you see, Uganda is a signatory to many international law.
Yes.
So we have in the region, probably you can look at the African Union level, and then internationally there are various principles, there are various protocols, there are various laws that Uganda is party of. For example, the law on against discrimination of women, there is the international framework on the civil and political rights.
Yes.
There are many, there are many, but you see, the point is, most of those have to be brought back home, which is called domesticating.
Yes.
So, for example, the African Charter on Elections, Democracy and Good Governance, which I've worked on diligently for about 2 years, we are asking, has this been domesticated in the country? And actually we find out that almost the entire charter is all falls with our constitution. So Uganda signed it but hasn't yet ratified it. So we hope that it can. So those are some of the examples of both international and regional frameworks. And by the way, when your governments go and negotiate things there and sign, they are signing on your behalf.
Yes.
So you also now have to respect and follow.
And thank you so much, Michael. You give us a good background to this conversation, because now we're sure that we're discussing something with the legal backing. And I think this is time for us to go for a quick break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. Today we are sitting with Mr. Michael Aboneka from Action Aid to discuss rule of law and its intersection with COVID-19 in Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back.
when it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television, proudly brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Today we're discussing rule of law and how it has been affected by COVID-19 in Uganda as part of our You and the Law COVID edition series that basically explains the various aspects of human rights that have been affected by COVID-19. And today we have Mr. Michael Aboneka from Action Aid Uganda, a social justice lawyer, very passionate activist. Michael, you're welcome from the break.
Thank you.
So before we went for a break, you gave a clear picture of the law around this concept of rule of law.
Yes.
But also we know that for any law or idea to be enforced, some people have to do some work.
Yes.
And so normally the starting point is always the government, because we talk about international law, the state is the party. So we thought, what obligation does the state have to ensure rule of law in Uganda? Before we talk about the citizens, I think let's start from the biggest duty bearer.
Yes.
Yeah.
And since I'm a social justice activist, I like to begin and say that the state's primary responsibilities are two. Is to protect the citizens and also ensure that the citizens make wealth and that they are alive. So whether you use law and whatever means, you have to make sure citizens are protected. Okay? But that you can't sing about peace and yet people are being attacked in the night and things like that. So the government is actually, I want to use the word state.
Yes.
Because states are, are mechanisms. They are here. They have institutions. They have mechanisms of delivering this. So it is interesting that now the state has to ensure we have policy, which translates into law, and implement it. At the same time, those in state must respect it.
Yes.
So they are implemented as a dual role. So they implement it, at the same time they must respect it. By and large, they have forgotten they have forgotten the other part of respecting it, to being just the ones of implementing it, and they remove themselves from the usual citizen of Uganda. That's why someone will come and say, me, I'm a minister, I can't line up. Me, I'm this and this. But you see, there's an issue of equality. So the state has to implement. If it's the constitution, you have, for example, the Fish Act. There's a minister in fisheries and agriculture. They are supposed to ensure that actually they implement that. If you're supposed to give people licenses to, fish, and also the guys who use canoes transport people across. You don't just go actually and do it. There's a whole process of you have to apply to Ministry of Works, and they give you a license for you to be able to do that. You don't just wake up and take a boat and then you start doing that. No, there's a whole legal process.
Yes.
There's also a whole legal process on just everything you think about. There's always a way out. So what that means is that good law should be able to abide and bound everyone. In the constitution, it is only the president who is not above the law, but he has immunity.
Yes.
I think on Article 98 of the constitution, that he can't be subject to civil and criminal proceedings. Now, some of us who are stubborn in terms of, the academia world, so we ask ourselves, so you can't actually proceed with divorce proceedings against the president, whether the president is a woman or a man, because divorce is a civil issue. So are you saying that if I am tired of this man or woman, I can't proceed?
Isn't there a caveat on the kind of actions you can bring against the president? I thought it's respect to the cause of their work.
The cause of their work. I think so, but you see many people are hiding that blanket. And we haven't had enough jurisprudence on that
issue.
Because the ones we've seen are election petitions. At that point, you are not president.
Yes.
So we want to see whether that is also possible, because we need to test our law. That is just a by the way.
Yes.
But the other important point is that the state is the custodian of this law, everything they sign. The other day I was just doing research this morning, the 9 million radios that we're supposed to receive, there is a contract that was awarded over billions of shillings to a company. So someone signed that contract, the AG and whatever, they are custodians of that, but Ugandans know what's happening. So even if they stopped the process, had they given the money out or not? Where is that? So government is the custodian of all these things. The other thing that the government does is to ensure that it is implemented to the latter. So then the police comes in. Everyone has a role to play. The police is to ensure law and order. So once there is law and order, then you will have rule of law. It is just as simple as that, a given. So wherever, so there are deviations that happen, that everywhere, because people say crime is as old as human beings.
Yes.
Adam was the first one to defy, but that doesn't mean that we should continue in the Adam spirit.
Yes.
Later God forgave him. Depending on where you read that from, but he was punished together with Eve. So that's what the good law is supposed to be, that it is for everyone, it doesn't act retrospectively. And I want to address the issue of cobweb law. We've had instances where there is cobweb law. Cobweb law is that you make a law only for small insects to grab small people. And then the big guys cannot be held by that law. So it's called selective justice. You apply law selectively. It is supposed to be applied equally. Yes.
Yeah. So, Michael, we need to switch gears now and see. I know you've been pointing to this in the course of our conversation.
Yeah.
So, looking at the COVID-19 pandemic that came and altered our normal way of life.
Yes.
How has the pandemic affected rule of law, the concept, the application of the concept of rule of law in Uganda?
Yeah, you know, just like everyone always blame the devil. Everyone is blaming COVID.
Yes.
But look here, we knew about COVID in 2019, so we're supposed to have been prepared.
Yeah.
And a lot of supplementary budgets have happened. Now, COVID-19 to me is not the problem. The problem is whoever has been managing the situation. Now, I want to say I had problems from the very start concerning the rule of law and COVID-19. How? It looked to me, and I've actually written about it, even if you Google, that we did not have any plan. We were just gambling, you know? Something happens, then all of a sudden there is a presidential address, and then after 3 hours, people are saying, what did he say? What did he say?
Yeah.
And then he says, I'll come back to clarify. Then he comes, and then you're like, so what exactly are we going with?
Yes.
And then before the 2 weeks are elapsed, they come and postpone. Like, there was no plan. Presidential directives are not law. And I want to repeat that.
Contentious area, yes.
I have said it several times that they are not law until they are reduced to what the law is supposed to be. Now, there is nowhere, especially during the pandemic, because the pandemic is a health issue, and it has been treated under the Public Health Act.
Yes.
One of the first things the minister was supposed to do is to declare COVID-19 as an infectious disease. So the minister was supposed to pass that instrument. After that, then you go ahead to make regulations that can actually help to prevent. I think the last time I checked, there were over 19 statutory instruments
Under the Public Health Act.
under the Public Health Act, but signed by the minister.
Yeah.
I have a problem. The president would speak, and immediately people want to implement the presidential directives.
In fact, if police stop you, they'll tell you that you're violating the presidential directives.
Yes,
they never cite any law.
Yes, they will tell you, we are arresting you because you are. They will even say you are disrespecting the president. So you're wondering, what is the law? They're just quoting the president,
Yes.
and that is very bad for rule of law. Ideally, this is what I expected, that the president comes and addresses the nation when there's an statutory instrument ready there. That gives it, you know, as a fountain of honor and what have you. Yes, it gives it some bit of backing, legitimacy, and says the minister has done her job, and I call upon Ugandans to respect. But there are things he said which are not tenable in law, and then they couldn't actually put them in law. But the guys who had the LDUs who had just graduated were already saying, now we have to show the president that we have graduated.
Yes.
They caned people that very day, cars were impounded, but there was no law. Until I think the Law Society, and of course some of us made legitimate noise, and those people were released. Another problem, people were arrested in the night. Some were arraigned in court in the night.
Yeah.
How come we the lawyers were not allowed to go to court because it's curfew? But somehow there was a magistrate at some court to arraign people and remand them in the night. People have a right to have a lawyer. It is under our law. Equality for all. You must have a lawyer. You have a right to have a counsel. But they were denied that chance. People remanded in the night. It was terrible. So the presidential directives were really handled badly, especially the first lockdown. And there were many outcries because someone will just tell you, for me the president has said. And I guarantee that most of those people were not even following the minister's statutory instrument, even when they came out. For them, they will just wait and say, what is Mzee saying today? And while they are there, working on their sticks to cane people. So that was a problem. So there was also a problem with access to justice.
Yes.
Because then people cannot, first of all, they said that let the registries work. Okay? You can file your case. But the lawyers can't come.
Yes.
Okay? And they said the criminal courts will continue to work.
Yes.
So they arrested people. Lawyers can't access them because they are saying that lawyers are not essential. But the Constitution says, at Article 23, you have a right to a lawyer, to a doctor when you're arrested, but the lawyer can't come. And we are in discussions of who is essential, who is not essential. so that also caused a little bit of problem. Because you see the issue of fairness and equality and ensuring that everyone accesses justice is very key. I also want to talk about the issue about impounding borders.
Oh yeah.
That was crazy. And the problem is, most of them had to pay money over 500,000 to have your border, released. But without any due process, it was just according to mood. And the mood is of how hungry did you find that police officer. You're hungry and angry. If it is the end of the month when they have received their money, maybe the mood may be different. So it was really bad. And it was just a wanton, surrounding of borders and caning people. So which is not the principle of rule of law. There should be due process.
Yeah, Michael, let's speak on from there after the break, because you seem to paint a picture that perhaps so gloomy, but I'm wondering, are there areas we can celebrate as a country in the context of rule of law and COVID-19? Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Let's go for a quick break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with Michael Aboneka. Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host, and today we are discussing with Michael Aboneka from ActionAid Uganda to examine the effects of COVID-19 on the rule of law in Uganda. As you've been aware, we've been having a series of discussions around the various aspects of human rights which have been hard hit by this virus, and today we thought we would just have another conversation on this key area of the rule of law. Michael, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
When we're getting out for a break, you were explaining the challenges, and I said you're pointing a gloomy picture. But I'm curious to know, aren't there one or two things that we can celebrate? You can say the government did this and it was okay, this was fine, this was fine.
I am happy that finally we stopped implementing presidential addresses to now proper regulation.
Yes.
The prevention of COVID, the spread of COVID-19, regulations passed by the minister under the Public Health Act. I was happy, and that was done. Secondly, again, this one has an issue with the rule of law.
Yes.
But in the second lockdown, you observe that they stopped, let me use the word, overbeating Ugandans. Because some were beaten. No, there were scandalous stories.
Yes.
A woman who was an LD poured oil on them because they had to go. Others were beaten because they had their veranda enter inside the house. So it was really bad. There were so many human rights violations during the process of ensuring that people don't die, but you're killing them. Even arrest. They are saying, we are arresting you for failure to social distance, but they are abandoning you on the pickup.
To a cell.
Even on a pickup. Up to now, I still wonder which law and procedure tells the police guys that when you're arresting people, put them under the pickup, where they also put dead bodies, or the bodies of dogs they pick on the road. So that is inhuman and degrading. What is wrong with telling someone you're under arrest unless they're resisting arrest? But what they have in their mind, I've been arrested before. Before you sit there, the guy is putting his leg on your thigh and you're wondering, what is it? Calm down. can we go to the police station? Can you tell me why you're arresting me? They don't even know. The boss has said we come for you. But the constitution says you should tell someone why they are being arrested. How many people were told, apart from saying presidential directive? Until the president said, stop beating Ugandans.
Yes.
That's when it stopped.
Yeah.
Now, it is good they stopped, but I have a problem that it had to be the president to tell them. But we have the whole institutions. Where was the army spokesperson? Where was the director of human rights in police?
Yes.
Why didn't they come out and say, please don't? But always these guys are in Chankwanzi, they are always in refresher courses, don't they know? And one of the courses they teach there is human rights.
Yes.
Don't they know that beating people is a bad thing? So it is good, but in terms of rule of law, is institutions must be independent. That people shouldn't work because the president is watching.
Yeah.
So at least that was good, that they stopped beating people, and that they now came back to their senses.
Okay.
But after withdrawing LDU, and then they said, we are taking them back to school. So I don't know whether they had come for clerkship, internship, and they failed.
You're very interesting, Michael, because even when you're explaining a good point, you're quick to point out a weakness in it. I mean,
well, I just said plainly.
Yes. Michael, so we are envisaging a situation. I mean, part of the objective of this show is really to reflect on what have we learned, what can we do best, because we can't be sure if COVID-19 is ending today, or it's even a last
or there's something else.
Yes, it could be something else, but of a similar magnitude that could happen in this country, even across the world. And we're wondering, Michael could be the next Minister of Justice or Consumer
even
Affairs,
else.
the Attorney General, or even the President or Minister of Health or whatever. You could have a role to play, basically, in this country. And I'm curious to know, what would be those policy proposals that you would push to ensure that we protect the rule of law amid these extraordinary times? We admit that pandemics are not normal times. There's just the need to put things together. What are those things we learn from this COVID experience that we're going through that you think would help us deal with a similar pandemic 5-10 years from now?
That's a very good one, and I hope we are learning. You see, the only problem I have, I've been telling people that we love our country, but does our country love us? We talk these things. Is it a problem to talk about a pothole outside?
No.
So when I talk about it, and then you say that I am bad, then who is bad? The one who has left the pothole open, or me who's talking about it? So for some time, we've been taken for granted, but it's okay. There are many things we've learned. I am happy even now as police enforcers. Traffic jam in Kampala is crazy. People need to understand that many people actually switched from public transport to private transport because it is easy for them. So and the time for curfew still remained the same. So as a police person who is implementing this guideline, you need to have reasonableness, a degree of reasonableness. Discretion. And say, what am I going to do? It's traffic. So you allow, and I credit them for that. You allow some level of, 1 or 2 hours. Because what are you going to do with the people on the road? They are digging roads every now and then. Someone said some roads are like a pipeline. Today they dig here, tomorrow they dig here. That is again also another issue. Like in terms of planning, let's have guidelines. When this pandemic comes, what is the role of Parliament? Parliament was crying, we want to go and legislate. Many things are happening. They are passing under our, that was Parliament. Then you had people saying, shan't we go to school? Our right to education. Is anyone thinking about it? Then the market vendors, they are saying, you're saying that for us we should stay. But the ones who are coming and buying from us, they're coming every day and going back. But you're saying that for us we should stay. So who is bringing COVID and who is not bringing COVID? So we have learned in many sectors, the border sector, the taxi sector. What have we learned in terms of the taxi being, at half capacity?
Yes.
Does it work or not? Who enforces that people are wearing masks actually in a taxi? What have we learned? And then we must have a guideline of, I don't know whether we have actually in this country a policy on disaster, but we have a minister and we have a ministry. But I want to know, I want to hope that we have a policy. So that one should be able to guide, because tomorrow it will be something big. What happens if there is a fire like in Australia? all those big fires catching the city, what will happen? Shall we just collapse? And they call us to call us to call and say it is a doomsday. Let us all pray and die here. So we need to learn. It is okay. There are mistakes we've made, but progressively things have moved on well. We shouldn't wait for patients to cry that we are eating a lot of portion beans, and yet Spice Diner is bringing eggs. We shouldn't wait for people to complain. We shouldn't wait. We had issues of oxygen.
Yes.
And we've been calling for reclaiming public services. The health sector needs to be revised. Government should have an upper hand in regulating the health sector. You had issues of oxygen. You had issues of arrests of bodies. So we should learn from those. We shouldn't think that it is the end of it. There's need for policy review in terms of health, the policy review in terms of access to justice. We are still grappling. The other day I was having an issue with the court issuing guidelines following the presidential directives without law. I'm like, this is a type of justice. What should we do? And right now, actually now they are going into how to manage e-filing. I'm happy for that, out of COVID. So can we not just sleep and say, let's wait for another COVID to come, then we can, resurrect. Let us continue discussing. And maybe yes, because it's going to help us as a country that I can file my application online and hear it online, and bail is granted, and that's it. So we need also to, the other point is to learn that some freedoms we need to respect. For example, I found that the right to dissent was one of those that were highly violated. The late Pastor Iga, rest in peace, the man asked a simple question, where is COVID? Get him and go and show him patients in Entebbe. Don't lock him up. The poor man died without knowing whether COVID was real or not. The right to dissent is an extension of the right of expression. That have a right to say, no, I don't think so. Then we engage at that level. So we need to promote the culture of debate in this country, that even away from misinformation. Now, another thing we need to learn is the issue of vaccination. It has caused a storm.
Yes.
Up to now, I'm still asking. Actually, I asked the Minister of Health, asked the PRO, and the Attorney General, what law are people using to stop Ugandans from accessing services because they don't have a card? Did you know that Ugandans are being, you can't go to some institutions, I won't mention them here, they have stopped people, they have stopped admitting people unless you have a COVID certificate. But that, under which law? First of all, people are struggling to get the vaccines. And you're saying, some other DCs, I think in Soroti and somewhere, they are saying, you can't enter my office unless you have the card. But I've gone to line up to get the vaccine, and the nurse has not come because they didn't give her 40,000. So we need to learn from that and say, this is a respectable country. We love tourists, but we should also equally love Ugandans who keep the country for the tourists to come. So there is a lot to learn. I am happy now that people are progressive, that they are open to debate, and the debate should continue. But we shouldn't force vaccination on Ugandans. We need to tell them you can take a vaccine, and it should be progressive. We are 50 million, and we need to vaccinate about 4.8 million. And so far we have done 1 million. So what is the 3 going to do? We stay home until we wait? We can't. So we need to balance life, the economy, human rights. It's always a balance. We shouldn't say the right to health is the only right you have. You can't eat, you can't dance, you can't do everything. No. So I think we need to balance and listen to people more. Because people are saying, how come the churches are allowed up to 200? Me, my kaba, which takes maximum 30 people, I'm not allowed to operate.
I'm a musician.
I'm a musician.
In a crowd.
I can't perform in a crowd. But a pastor who is just singing the whole day, is allowed. So we need to balance. There is no right that is greater than the other. And I'm sure that they are doing that. And I'm happy that now they take conversation, they take debate. This country is for all of us. Even the discussions on bail and what have you, the congestion of the prisons. We need to decongest. I can tell you that the ratio of the convict and remandees has been 50-50. And now it has steadily moved to 43 to 47, which is still minimal. That you have over 400,000 something, people on remand. They have never seen a judge. They don't know how a judge looks like, how he talks, and then they are there, and that you are in prison. So we need to learn from all these things and say what is the best way for our country. By the way, Uganda is known as a peaceful country, and I keep telling those people, but don't take us for granted. When you come here, respect the laws. And how come when everyone is leaving this country, they want to live well, they want to respect the laws of those countries they have gone to? When we come back and like, Gamba no go, what, all those things we are hearing. We need to respect ourselves first, and then it will be good for everyone else.
Yeah, Michael, one of the issues that arose at the start of COVID-19, I think there was a lot of conversations around this, was whether the government of Uganda should have declared a state of emergency in order to deal with the pandemic. And the arguments for and against this. But from a governance lens, what are your thoughts on that proposal? What merits would it have brought or otherwise?
I think I was one of those who were proposing for it. But I also asked myself a historical question. Have we ever had a state of emergency in this country? Have they ever declared a state of emergency? When we have a state of emergency, what happens to this country? Are we able to actually manage? Because state of emergency, you're saying, guys, it is beyond us, and you're calling upon the international community to come and support you, which sometimes is a political thing. Yes. People have to show we are in control, just give us money, and we shall sort it. We'll handle things. But legally, and in the democratic lens, I think that was the best thing to do. You say what? You know what? Let's declare a state of emergency and handle everything ad hoc as it comes. Because now you had many people, battered. We would have avoided all these things. Then you have elections which are handled haphazardly, campaigns, suspended. So I'm even wondering how the people of Kampala voted, like basing on what? That's why the incumbents were able to make it. But Michael, who has just come up and I want also to run, but I'm not allowed to campaign in Kampala. They don't know me. So on the ballot, they tick whoever they know. So a lot of, the citizens will, and Article 1, that they shall determine how they should be governed and who was stifled. So in that state of emergency, elections would have been postponed. Okay? You postpone the elections until, we are in a sane environment and have the elections.
But some people actually argue that much as there was no official state of emergency, we practically lived under one. I don't know what your sense on that could be. As we come to the end of this year.
I agree, and I've told you that these things are always political. There is hybrid democracies, which I don't believe in. The hyphen democracy, these things of hybrid regime, or it is either democracy or not. So these guys have been running a hybrid sort of thing. So it is a state of emergency. So what they didn't just call it is a state of emergency. They just call it, the state of affairs. We're in a state of affairs, and this is how we are dealing with it. But it was intertwined because if you see, all actions were done, and then they sanitized later. Let me just give you a small example. Between May and July or August, we had no cabinet. We had no Minister of Health.
Even the budget was
So at that point, I was asking whoever was implementing, and remember, the statutory instrument had expired. So I was asking, between this period, what COVID guidelines or COVID instruments were we implementing? So I would have expected that at least, the president would have appointed immediately, probably the Minister of Health, to support the process, because he has all the powers. But you see, between that period until the Minister of Health was appointed, we were in a vacuum of there's no Minister of Health. So what COVID-19 law were we implementing? Because we can't implement the presidential directives. So it was a hybrid indeed, and of course it works politically for some. But at the end of the day, we need to come down to, okay, we've learned our lessons. I hope we learn. Because one of the bigger things, problem I have is the non-responsive nature of those in power. That they say, come we talk, but then they talk to you. you come participate, but then they participate you. So we need to find a way that we balance and say we love this country. Let us see what works for us. Yeah. But by and large, I want to salute the officers. I want to salute everyone, the health officials. There are those who lost their lives, rest in peace, and everyone who has continued to support the rule of law. Because people do that and they don't know. If you refuse to give a bribe to an officer, you're actually supporting rule of law. Yeah. If you do things the way they're supposed to, you have a role to play. Because citizens want government to do everything. But under Article 17, they have almost 10 obligations they're supposed to do. But then they just tell them one of them is paying tax and they forget others.
Thank you so much, Michael. Michael makes a very strong case for us as citizens to play our part in ensuring the rule of law, and more importantly, for the government of Uganda, like any other state, to put in place good laws that promote rule of law and democracy, but more importantly, respect those laws. This has been You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Next time, we'll be having another topical discussion on another human right which has been affected by the virus. For today, we'd like to say thank you to our partners, Legal Hub Uganda and I4C Africa Hub, for making this possible, and to Michael Aboneka from Action Aid Uganda for taking the time to be with us and have a discussion. Thank you so much. It's a bye from us here.
Taranto. Hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu, kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu, ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe. Umwe amuha itarane eshanu, undi amuha ebyiri, undi amuha itarane imwe itagirira kabiri, maze umutware arazinduka. Maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za carano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye. Uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza, agenzura amesha hano. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo, agenzuramo ebyiri, maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icobo, ayishamo ya tarano, aratinyuka arayitabaye. nuko imitsi irayitindira ataha maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi shanu uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike nico gitumye mbegurira byinshi ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja maze wawundi waho witara ntimwe itagiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayivovota cane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye na munagane itaranto narayitavye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe esi ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasangaho inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itara n'icumi igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi bikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye
njagala omanye essanyu lyange njagala omanye omutima gwange nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze njagala nkuyimbire njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze Zani oyagala moti Zani oyagala moti Zani oyagala moti kati nzize njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange obwongo n'omwoyo gwange nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo bwe kubakuba obufaananyi nandibadde waawo talikwe wanyamba nondaga ekkubo kati nzize Zani oyagala moti Zani oyagala moti Zani oyagala moti kati nzize oh yeah
Yonkoledde bingi by'omponyeza
oh yeah kati nzize oh yeah
Yonkoledde bingi by'omponyeza
oh yeah kati nzize Zani
oyagala moti
Zani
oyagala moti
Zani oyagala bwoti kati nzize oh yeah kati nzize kati nzize
I want you to share with us from your experiences. You've been going quite a lot, traveling around the world and seeing these things in different, countries. What would you share with us today that we can pick from your experiences where you've been going that we can do down here at home and make it better in Africa, and which Abdul can pick, lessons from to go back and continue to impact the lives of people in these communities. Yes.
Yeah, I think when as we said at the beginning, like we are, as a community of citizens, we always like to be inspired. And graffiti normally is about inspiration. You might say piece of mask, a piece of but for example, for me, when I see most of the graffiti work, much of this work is conceptual, it's abstract. People don't understand it. But if we could start from the area where people understand, like for some of our icons, just imagine in Kawempe you have a beautiful graffiti wall of Geoffrey Oriema, of Philip Bongole Utaya, of Paul Cafero, of Fred Sebata. All these, like Peterson.
I think he has one already there of
Peterson. But then, of course, great piece. Great piece. But then
it's a recent thing. We need something.
So we're looking at like how can we also start presenting work that is going to inspire our people, people that people need to remember. Like Peterson Mutebi, like Mistusela Segamwenge, all these people, the Byron Kawadwas. There are so many Ugandans that are very, very people are attached to. Just for example, like if GNL is emotionally attached to his graffiti wall mural, and then what is he going to do? He'll push it. He'll push his wall. So if Cliff Mutebi comes and sees his father's mural of Peterson Mutebi on the wall, he'll push it because he finds it that inspiration. And that's meaning that you're growing your community. You're not just skilling them with hands-on, but you're also empowering them to feel proud of who they are and who are their parents or their ancestors are. So I think we need to start looking at how do we celebrate our own? How do we celebrate? I like the Rwandan piece. And I know, because when he was explaining the love of the city, I know there has been conflict and tension between Rwanda and Uganda. It speaks volumes, but at the same time, it is detaching from the Ugandans. They're like, how do we cultivate our own people to appreciate their own history? When you look at bigger cities, they always find those people that are very related or connecting to them. The conceptualization is also about, because there's someone saying that, no, I need to speak my mind, but you also need to connect to the community.
Thank you.
How does the community relate to this kind of work? This mural, which is at Alliancia, was done by a German team. But you find the way they were trying to create, in its abstract, they also try to bring in the Ugandan aspect of it by having the crane as part of the concept. So how do we connect our work to cultivate the love and the appreciation of our own communities, and also try to grow, make it as much better and much sophisticated in a way that it shows the maturity of your work. So for me, this is what I'd like to say, that scaling is not only about giving people hands-on skills, but it's also cultivating their minds, inspiring them, making sure that you are exposing them, you're kind of challenging them to think differently, to attract a different mindset.
mbakumbuze igitaramo cy'iwacu aho iwacu turatarama iyo dukoze ku nyamirya izubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore. Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira intahana batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba, mu bakemba. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama ngwinurare. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwinurare. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka.
Epana biso tolinga kobina, epana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo. Tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana.
Tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro, nkwibutsa umugani wa Nyashya na Baba, inkuru ya Saruhara rwa Nkomokomo, Cyacana ndetse na Ngunda. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama ngwinurare. Aho dutaramiye nta rungu. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwinurare.
Tolingana biso kaka kosepela.
Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka turatarama ijoro tukarita hanze. Cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje cyuringanje. Reka ntugatsikire. Cyuringanje cyuringanje cyuringanje. Nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe.
Byongeza bingi. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala omanye essanyu lyange, njagala omanye omutima gwange. Nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuyimbire, njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye. Nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala boti katinzize kwebaze byonkolette bingi byonponyeza bingi katinzize kwebaze njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange obwongo n'omwoyo gwange nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo bwe kubakuba obufaananyi nandibadde waawo otalikwe wanyamba nondage ekkubo kati nzize zani oyagala boti zani oyagala boti zani oyagala boti kati nzize kwebaze oh yeah byonkolette bingi byonponyeza oh yeah kati nzize kwebaze oh yeah byonkolette bingi byonponyeza oh yeah kati nzize kwebaze zani oyagala boti zani oyagala boti zani oyagala boti kati nzize oh yeah kati nzize kati nzize
byonponyeza bingi kati nzize kwebaze njagala omanye essanyu lyange njagala omanye omutima gwange nduddeyo kati nzize kwebaze njagala nkuyimbire njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye nduddeyo kati nzize kwebaze zani oyagala boti zani oyagala boti zani oyagala boti kati nzize kwebaze byonkolette bingi byonponyeza
obwongo n'omwoyo gwange nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo bwe kubakuba obufaananyi nandibadde waawo otaligwe wanyamba nondage ekkubo kati nzize zani oyagala moti zani oyagala moti zani oyagala moti kati nzize oh yeah oh yeah kati nzize oh yeah kati nzize kati nzize
C'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi prendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio Bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre le français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez.
Viens ma sœur, à l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française. Je vous invite à venir. Venez apprendre les français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Les Français c'est langue étrangère la plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français c'est langue étrangère la plus largement appris après l'anglais. La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France comme à l'étranger. La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France comme à l'étranger. Le français, la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Le français, la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres et les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Oh, 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 I love France. Oh, 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 I speak French. Oh, 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 I love France. Oh, oh, I speak French. I love France. Oh, I love France. I love France. I speak French. Oh, I speak French. I love French. Oh, I love French. I love French. I speak French. Oh, I speak French. I speak French. Oh, oh, I love French. Oh, I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez, venez, venez apprendre le français. Venez, venez, venez à l'Alliance française. Venez à Kamocha. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez dans la grande famille. Venez apprendre le français. Venez mes amis. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Molière, c'est l'idiot Nambabi. En passant par Ayana Kampala. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent l'âme internationale? Que tu sois des retours de fou, du plaisir. Dis-moi le bonheur en abondant et là, en pleine évolution. Apprendre les français. Mes amis, venez. Venez à l'Alliance française. La langue française. Venez. La langue de paix. Français. La langue de la courtoisie. Venez à l'Alliance française. La langue française. Venez. La langue de la courtoisie. La langue de paix. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez dans la grande famille. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. À l'Alliance française. Je vous invite à venir. Venez mes amis. Venez, venez, venez. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez. Parlez français. Parlez français. Parlez français. Everybody parlez français. parlez français. Everybody, Bina Moke, Bina Moke, Bina Moke, Bina Moke. Everybody, Bina Moke, Bina Moke. Bina à gauche, Bina à gauche, Bina à droite, Bina à droite, Bina devant, Bina devant, Bina derrière, Bina derrière, Bina devant, Bina devant. Parlez français, parlez français, parlez français, parlez français, parlez français. Venez, venez, venez à parler français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Je vous invite à venir. Venez à parler français. À Kamochao. Venez à l'Alliance française. À Bukoto Street. Venez à parler français. Venez, venez, venez. Venez à l'Alliance française. Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance française. Si tu veux parler, à l'Alliance française. Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens, viens, français. Viens, 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 venez à l'Alliance française.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
you to share something that is very fundamental. Having gone through all of these things, when was the first time you first held your first cash hanging out of the music, you and Abrahams, and how did it work for you guys? How were you feeling when you first handed it and you say, yeah, this is coming out of music? Did you buy something for your parents? How did you?
First, before I get into that, I'm happy that we are discussing this.
Yes.
Because then there were no talk shows like this.
Yeah.
You know, most of the artists of that era, not just musicians, but even DJs.
Yes.
You had to learn by seeing someone do it.
Yes.
You know, because people didn't know how to teach.
Yes.
I mean, you can't teach what you don't know.
No, yeah.
So you find that for the DJs, you had to first lift wires and cables, and you see how it's done. But now you're pressing buttons, you don't know even what they call them. But because you know, if I do this, it makes that. But if they bring you someone to teach them, you cannot. Because teaching is a skill.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing for music. That we have a generation that can teach music.
Yeah.
You know.
Can share their experience, which they didn't.
Yes.
Were not given
Then
back
there were very few. Even just hearing of a work. Yes, we had professional musicians like Afrigos and the like, but workshops were. I think I had never had a workshop from in that era, like someone holding a workshop for musicians to teach them how to write, teach them how to conduct themselves,
to brand,
teach them about leadership, personal development, interpersonal skills, and stuff like that.
Yes, yes.
That was unheard of, you know. So, but right now there are, platforms that someone puts a platform just for that.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a very good thing that we are discussing this, because it was unheard of then. Yeah. So it shows how the sector has grown. Right. First time, what was the first time? First time I grabbed. Well, there are a few, maybe the bigger amount, but of course the few small payments. From small performances.
Yes.
But the first time I had something that was really good was in 2001.
Yeah.
Me, Sylvester Abrams, and our colleague Fredo, we featured in a play called King Oedipus by the literature play by the Sophocles. It was on the school syllabus.
Yes.
Yeah. So the director of Alliance Française then was a friend to the director of Sharing Center.
Yes.
And you know what used to happen at Sharing Center.
Yes.
So one time during the competitions for youth in the new millennium, they, we're getting to the new millennium.
Yes.
So there was a singing competition, and the theme was youth in the new millennium.
Yes.
Actually, we won. Sylvester Abrams. We are one of the winners during that competition.
Yeah.
So the director of Alliance was one of the judges.
Yes.
He liked our performance so much. It was very energetic, the composition. Then at that time they were doing that play.
Yeah.
The play had very top names, like Philip Luswata, Bob Kisiki, Herbert Chinove.
These are the guys you used to look at from far and you admire and say, I wish I could even just talk to these guys.
Sabo, and so many.
And I know there are some more in there. Yes.
So many others. So we had no. That was 2000s.
Yes.
I think very few people had mobile phones then. They were still expensive.
2000.
2001, they were expensive. So we didn't have a phone. And now the director they discussed with the director of Alliance Sharing, Geo's board, and they would like to have us feature in the play that was still in its development stages. To feature with rap music, like in intervals.
Wow.
That was something new. I was like, well, we're very happy, but it took, looking for us was a problem. Remember, some didn't have a phone.
Yes.
We didn't have phone numbers. We didn't have phone. We didn't have phones. And so we didn't have phones. And if I remember well, some also didn't have one. So he had to find a way of looking for us. It was a challenge. So he sent someone to Kampala SS, where we were, to look for us and give us, the news. Now, the most interesting part is that, yes, technology like mobile phones were not a common thing then, but there is a way we get, we go to each other. That is so interesting. These days, when someone's phone goes off,
they are off.
They are off completely. You find a challenge looking for them. But then we knew how to go about some things that he doesn't have a phone. So where does he hang out? These days, we don't even know where some people hang out. But then you had to know where someone hangs out on a Saturday. Where is he? On a Friday. And we used to connect with people. So some got us, we had the meeting. It was a very wonderful experience. And it was a sold out concert. It was 3 days. Schools came and they were left outside because the tickets were sold out. They asked for more, like that we stage it again the next weekend. But that the director was like, I think it's just enough for those who have missed. Hopefully next time. But of course there was no next time. But it was a very, very nice performance, sold out. Kids were screaming whenever they didn't even bother listening to what we were saying. Whenever we got on stage in the intervals, so we were rapping about what is about to happen, in question form. So we're not giving the answers. So the moment they opened the curtains, Sylvester and Abraham started screaming. They didn't even bother listening to the message. It was a very nice, because we were already big on the local scene. We were not on radio and TV, but we were big in schools, in schools and public places. So just that name, Sylvester and Abrams, whenever curtains opened, it went crazy. We signed autographs, I think that was my first time signing an autograph. Yeah, if I remember well.
Wow,
so the payment was really, really nice. The
I want to tell us how much was the first handing there, because we're talking about, is it possible now? Yes.
Yeah, it was, I think it was, if I remember well, I think it was 400.
Wow.
But there was a per diem for rehearsals to keep you going throughout the rehearsals. And that per diem, of course, didn't include food. It was just something for you to transport you. And of course, we got into the network of the of the Philip Swatters and
the big names now.
The big names, the playwrights, and all that stuff. So we got into that network now. That was our first time to know, I think, if I don't remember well, Chinobe Herbert.
Yes, Herbert Chinobe.
I think it was our first time. Herbert.
Very talented man. Yes.
So Philip Swatter, we were seeing him on TV. So we broke into that network now of people, like the theater audience. We broke into the theater network. So it was a very nice experience. I think it was 400,000 then, if I remember well.
Which is still a lot of money.
I
wonder, what did you do with the money, by the way?
Of course, I wasn't paying rent, so.
Did you go back home, give Muse something?
I wasn't paying rent, so of course I didn't spend it in clubs. I didn't spend it in clubs.
I'm sure you went.
But nice shoes. At least I've always spent on myself wisely. I've always spent on myself wisely. So just nice shoes, look good. T-shirts, and I don't remember what I did with the rest. But it was, and then after that they took us to a buffet. All the people, the actors, people who were involved in the production at Normal Gallery. Oh my God, that was my first time to go at Normal Gallery and not spend my money.
And you were eating at the high table also. Wow, so it is possible.
So it was a special treat that should motivate you. It wasn't even about the money we got. But the network we broke into, the audience. That's because you can spend the money today and it's gone. Yes, but how have you benefited from the people you've met along the way? That's very important. Your network is your net worth. So you can have the money, it can go in a minute. But how are you able to make that money again? How are you able to reach out to those people?
You see, I think there's been a lot of growth and transformation. I appreciate the work National IT Authority is doing. And also, of course, they come up with policies that people are supposed to comply with. You know, when it comes to with cyber security, like I said, we have a layer of compliance and governance, whereby government will come up with policies and say, okay, we need you, each and every person should have at least a basic thing, which is antivirus on their devices. Because at the national level, they have what we call cyber threat intelligence, whereby I think UCC has a solution. Because I remember I was involved in that tender for procurement of a cyber threat intelligence solution, whereby we could be able to identify this is the new attack, it's coming from Russia, it's attacking our bank here, then they could be able to block that traffic at a national level. Well, the government is doing something. But then also, as individuals, like I said, we need to also be vigilant. Because the government will not be able to understand which new VPN client has come up, or which new VPN solution has come up, probably because they will not know. But for you, go ahead and download it and install it on your device. And then you try transacting. You actually go to, then you say, oh, I've stolen money from my account. Oh, my information was stolen. Oh, I see nudes on social media. People steal nudes from people's devices, and actually they ask for a pay. Someone says, if you don't give me $100,000, I'm going to publish your nonsense on the cyberspace. You know, so people need to be vigilant. But of course, the government is also doing something.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
In countries like Finland, they designed a program for 5 years to do serious food literacy. If you went to Finland today, no restaurant will serve you supper past 7 p.m. No restaurant. Here in Uganda, you can eat
midnight.
Until 2 p.m. You go back home and sleep. You see?
And wake up to have breakfast at 8. Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As you all know, You and the Law is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the relationship between human beings, Ugandans, yourselves, and the law in Uganda. As you know, the law affects every aspect of our lives, whether it's about food, whether it's about traffic, education, everything that we do rotates around the law. In this edition, we are discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on human rights. And specifically for today, we'll be discussing how COVID-19 has affected the right to food. Do you know your right to food? When was the last time you ate? But what does the right actually mean? To help us unpack this complex area, we have a seasoned lawyer, Mr. David Kabanda from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. David, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm fine. How have you been?
Great. You know, COVID-19 has sort of come and disorganized our normal lives. I wonder how, you've been coping up as a professional, as a family man. How has it been?
Well, it is difficult to everyone as individuals and also families and communities, we find ourselves in those unprecedented times. There is no community cohesion as it used to be. So I personally, I find myself in challenging times, but of course, we soldier on.
Okay. I'm interested, when we're introducing your organization, the name is a bit of a mouthful. Yeah. Maybe could you just help us understand, why you came up with this organization, what do you actually do, and how I can benefit as an ordinary person from the work that you do?
So this is the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, and it is looking at having a one-stop center for law and adequate living. But you see, adequate living starts with food. This is what many people do not understand.
Yeah.
The moment someone wakes up, the first thing to think about is breakfast, then lunch, then supper, then in the middle you need water, you need a snack, you need fruit. So the entire life of a human being rotates around food. And being lawyers who do social justice, we started this organization to be able to contribute to unpacking, articulation, and also giving legal services to people for the realization of their right to food, but also adequate living. Because you cannot talk about food and you disassociate it from economic rights or trade. So the two work together, and this is why now we have this organization, the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights.
Oh, okay.
CEFROT.
Yeah, I mean, the name is really... yeah.
So the acronym is CEFROT.
CEFROT. Okay, maybe that's fair.
Yeah.
So David, you're talking about adequate living rights. You're talking about the right to food. But what is the idea, behind this right? If we, as a concept, like what does a right to food actually mean? Before we start discussing the legalese and everything.
Thank you for asking that question. You see, the right to food, interestingly, many people do not even think that there is such a right. Many people, when you talk about food, this is one of the things people take so lightly, yet it means everything to them. But the definition is simple. The definition according to international law and the UN is only realized when every man, every woman, or child, as an individual or in community with others, have access to food. At all times or means of its procurement.
Access to food.
All times. All the time.
And means to its procurement.
Or means to its procurement.
Interesting.
And you see, this is where I started from. Every woman, every man, every child, alone or together in a community, have access to adequate food at all times. So you realize that it is already unpacked. We are talking about a man. And there is a reason behind that. A child's nutritional needs are different from the needs of an adult. If a child has been born, we are now speaking with parents. From the day they are born to the 6th month, they must be exclusively breastfed. If you take that breast milk, it is not beneficial to you. So every man, every woman, or child, whether alone or together, and the together component comes in, some people live communally. And we have other also organized institutions like schools or like prisons.
Portion bins.
The moment you take me into prison, then you have an obligation to take care of me. You cannot just abandon me in prison. You cannot take me to prison and you don't feed me. So whether alone or in community with the others, have access to adequate food at all times. That is also very interesting and important. At all times and all means to its procurement. And that last one is also very important. All means
how
to
to
its
get
procurement. Because procurement is a bit bringing in the economic issues. Not everyone has a garden. And you see, it is a choice. Not everyone wants to go to the garden to dig and get food. So if So, but you must make sure that your population has means to the procurement of food. Yes.
I mean, interesting.
Yes.
I think for me, access, the means, and then the time, like at all times.
All the time.
Very interesting.
Yes.
So you sort of unpacked the idea for me in a very, basic and simple way. But then I know that for ideas to work, they need to get some, force of law. So I'm wondering, do we actually have like a legal framework, be it global, be it African or even national level, that guarantees this right? Because some people could say that those are just your ideas, your wishful thinking. Without a law, how do we enforce it? So I'm wondering, is there any legal backing for this right that you're articulating very well?
Actually, what I've just talked about is picked from the law itself.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now, this is the legal framework. At international level, many people, because now we are talking with everyone, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Yes.
Under Article 25, we are talking about the right to adequate food. You understand? Article 20, this is way back in 1948.
So there's a new word there, adequate.
Adequate.
Not just food, adequate food.
No, and I'm going to be speaking about that. We are talking about adequate food. And I'll be, explaining that. Then, after that, in 1966, we have the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights.
Yes.
Article 11, also articulating that state parties to the convention, to which Uganda is a party because we signed it in 1981, that every state party must respect the right of everyone to adequate food. Then after that, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights.
Now we are getting home.
Yes, we are getting home. Under Article 16, it is also well articulated. Then after that, we have the East African Community Treaty.
Hey, our friends Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi.
It was signed in 1999, and the many other protocols that have come along the way. Under Article 130, 118, 113, 100 itself, they talk about nutrition. In fact, I have taken a lot of time without suing the East African community. I don't know what I'm doing, because in it, every country that state party to the East African community must have, they even give it a very exotic name.
Yes.
Strategic food reserves.
Strategic
food reserves. Yes. I think they were deliberate on picking that word. Strategic food reserves.
For us in Teso, we have granaries. Are you suggesting that the state should have a huge granary where food is reserved? What would that mean actually in practical sense?
Yes, in practical sense, the government must have a system of having its own granaries. Of course, we call it food reserves. There is no country, even if we go to at individual level, I don't know what happens in policy making and what our leaders think. Even in my personal house, the first thing I check out is food. Do we have food for an entire month, a week? You understand? So every country must have those strategic reserves. In case there is drought, in case there is that hunger, then you release some food to your people. You control the price. You understand? But we don't have now here. We used to have, but I think they were sold.
Okay. And then at the country level then?
At the country level, okay, you took me to that. Then when we come back home here, we have some laws. Some laws are not very good. And I'm going to tell you why. But let us start with the Constitution.
Yes.
In the directive principles, the objectives, it is clearly spelled out. One, that government must establish, we call them national reserves in our Constitution. National food reserves. Then secondly, it is government's obligation to make sure that every Ugandan eats nutritious food. Yes. And it is government's obligation under the Constitution to create massive awareness about this critical component called the food. Massive awareness. Then if they are doing that, then they have dispensed their obligation. And beyond that, when you go to chapter 4, we are talking about human rights now. Under Article 20, the government has obligation to respect freedoms and fundamental rights of every Ugandan, including the right to food.
Yes.
And although it is not, it's specifically mentioned from Article 20 to 45 in Chapter 4, but under Article 45, we are talking about other rights that are not specifically mentioned.
Yes.
That is our constitution. And in the amendment of 2005, when they were scrapping all those other things, I don't know who smuggled into Article 8A, because Article 8A operationalized the objectives.
Yes.
And in fact, the Chief Justice, as he then was, Batka Treve, in Nyakana's case, they have come up to articulate that now all these objectives are justiciable. So when we come back home, the legal framework is very expansive and very accommodative, because we even have the Food and Drugs Act.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, you know, quite a revealing, explanation from you, and you've even touched on the aspects of the state obligations, which, raising awareness. I don't know how many people have been aware that actually the government of Uganda has a duty to let you know about nutritious living, about the kind of food that you should eat. But maybe that's an interesting point for us to pause for a quick break, after which we'll resume the conversation with David Kabanda, who is Executive Director of Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, a non-government organization here in Kampala. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, all the things are the law,
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times in a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes. For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals. Oxygen should be there. Health workers should have gloves. Teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Today we're discussing another human right that has been affected by COVID-19. And I know for many viewers this seems like obvious because we're talking about the right to food. And who else than David Kampala can help us unpack this right, because David has been a social justice lawyer and has been working on the right to food for a long time. He comes from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. David, welcome from the break.
Thank you.
So before we went for the break, we're trying to demystify this right, what actually it means. You've touched on what the state obligations are in as far as the right is concerned. So let's now switch modes to COVID-19. Like, you know that this edition of You and the Law is focusing on COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights. And for today, we're specifically focusing on the right to food. So from where you sit, David, how has COVID-19 affected the right to food? Because I know this is your space and perhaps you've been having interventions here and there. But from a broader lens, how has this right been specifically affected by COVID-19?
I think where we start from is it has helped, first of all.
COVID has helped?
Yes,
okay.
It has helped this particular kind of theme, the food. And why am I saying this? I want to start with being positive because one of the essential things that the government had to even procure was food. And those, you remember that even the markets were left open and the people were meant to sleep there to sell food.
Yes, please.
And you also remember that government also declared that farmers are essential workers.
Oh yeah, so more than lawyers.
More than even us as lawyers. But for me, that one is a positive because it shows how important farmers are, how important food markets are, how important making provision in terms of emergencies is. But we have seen many violations. We have seen many, hunger and death, by the way. It is just because we haven't done an audit. But I know many people have died because of hunger in COVID-19. And why am I telling you this? During COVID-19, the first lockdown, we as an organization, we did a survey. And we found out that 65% of the people, at least in Wachiso, were in their homes and they did not have any hope of
60%?
65. Yes. And we found many people who are living with illnesses, chronic illnesses, dying not because of the illnesses, but because they don't have access to food. You see, when you're supposed to take medicine, it must be taken with food.
Some even they tell you take with milk.
Or take this medicine after food.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you are locked up. You walking or going to the hospital was first of all limited. It was very difficult. You saw pregnant people being even beaten on the road by security agencies. So many people found themselves entangled. They are at home, they don't have food, they don't have medicine. Or they have the medicine, they don't have food. That is number one. The number two, it affected food safety. How? Many people who had contaminated food put it out cheaply. Many people bought contaminated food, I'm telling you. And it showed out that even the food which government decided to give to people, 38% of that food was contaminated.
The portion...
The portion beans that people ate.
David, how does food get contaminated?
Well, that is... You see, food... The contamination starts way back in production, in the garden. How? Be very careful when you buy food in Uganda or in the main markets in Kampala. I've started telling people and lawyers specifically because we need to live longer and serve the community.
Yes.
Grow your own food or pick the food from where you are certain, because Ugandans are using many chemicals, and the chemicals are causing cancer. Makerere University has just given out research which indicates that 98% of the food in the 5 markets in Kampala is contaminated. 98. Have you gone to these markets and you find tomatoes having whitish substance?
Yes.
At EU right now, you cannot take any product which has mancozeb. That whitish thing is called mancozeb.
It's a preservative or?
No. It is a pesticide and a fungicide, sorry. So and many people ignorantly use it even in the market. And consumers also want to buy that one with the chemical.
And then you like eating kachumbali, cutting.
And this is what I want to tell to Ugandans. That yes, we are talking about health diets, eat vegetables, eat raw food, but you need to be extremely careful. No Ugandan has the capacity, or they have the capacity, but no Ugandan produces the food that is safe for yourself, for your consumption. The many rejects from the exporters are dumped back to our market. And who regulates? Before you export any product in Uganda, there is what we call phytosanitary. You know, they check whether there are no chemicals and everything. But in Uganda, who checks whether what is put in Nakasero or everywhere?
I thought to have the National Bureau of Standards.
No, who tells you?
We have the Government Analytical Laboratory. What do they do?
They are there, and this is what we are discussing right now. That Ugandans are very comfortable with the leadership that they have. I should say the leader, and I don't mean the political leadership. I mean the technical leadership, because we have district level leadership, which is supposed to check all this. And we are speaking to Ugandans. Some Ugandans are not listening. But where we came from, we were talking about COVID-19 and how it affected the right to food. The right to food safety, after the lifting of the lockdown, there were too many items in the shops, in the supermarkets, which had expired. Those items were never taken out. People bought.
They're disposing them cheaply.
Myself, I bought water. Many Ugandans don't know that water expires.
You mean mineral water?
Mineral water, that water you buy on the shelves in those bottles. You be careful. You read the expiry date. You'll find that you are drinking expired water. Many people just bought and do. There is something that I want to tell to Ugandans.
It might make me stop eating at all.
No. Have you seen many people from Western countries? When we go to these conferences, whether abroad or everywhere, they carry water in their bottles.
Yes.
Why do they do that? Or they have water in the
tap. They get it from.
There is something that I want to communicate to all Ugandans. If we were very concerned, today we would be suing this country. Each family that has lost a person to diabetes should be suing this government for compensation.
David, so let's get back to, you're raising very pertinent issues.
And this is where it is coming from. I know you're talking about COVID-19 and the food. But this is what I want to tell you. When the government decided to give out posho, the kind of posho the government gave out, even when it is not contaminated, it is dangerous to your health. Because they were giving out refined posho. Refined. Government, that was illegal from the word go.
David, we all get maize, take to the machine, the meal for us.
Again, you see,
that's what we eat even at home. So what are you expecting the government to?
The right to food has 3 obligations, like any other right. We have the obligation to protect, we have the obligation to respect and to fulfill.
Yes.
Let me talk about the obligation to protect. Government must protect us from third parties or protect our right to food. Third parties, 94% of maize millers in Uganda are not operating food grade materials.
David, every time you drop a statistic, my heart just
this is where we
shrinks.
And this is why we are doing this work. Now, the milling machines wear out.
Yes.
So you are eating metal in the food. And here is government of Uganda accepting whoever donated kaunga. But what you are giving to your people, we even warned them. Have you heard about food terrorism? What if
food terrorism?
Yes, someone can wake up and they supply tons of posho, you give it to your people and they die. And many people died.
Yeah.
If I'm talking about 38% of the food being affected or contaminated, it was contaminated with metal, it was contaminated with aflatoxins.
Yes, I think there was a time they rejected our maize in Kenya.
You know?
Yeah.
He was, and so many other things. The beans, you couldn't eat them. So it left many people beyond what government supplied, but these suppliers also. But again, also prices.
Yes.
We even went to court to challenge
Yes,
government.
yeah, I want to ask you about that.
Yes,
that case.
our organization went to court to challenge government on its failure to regulate food, you know, COVID and the food. Because if you decide to give out people food, and this is public expense, it must be with guidelines in the Gazette.
Yes.
But that didn't happen.
Well, maybe there was no time, David.
No,
We're all in rushing.
But we have regulations about are you going to hospital?
Spitting.
Yes, spitting. You must report whoever you've seen having. Didn't you read those regulations?
Yes.
If a minister sat and passed regulations under the Public Health Act, wasn't it proper that government ought to have passed regulations under the Food and Drugs Act?
We'll have time to talk about the legality of all these things that. But you've touched on government interventions so far, and I want to just ask: is there anything good that came out of the government interventions? Because you seem to paint a very, scary picture. What are some of the? What would you think worked in as far as government interventions to protect the right to food during COVID-19?
No.
Anything that government that you think is...
No, I want to tell you that whatever was positive was just circumstantial.
It was a mistake.
Yes. But if we are talking about deliberate intervention, whatever government did was illegal in the first place. Seriously. And I want to speak to the face of government and I tell them, whatever you did during COVID-19, giving people food, was illegal. It killed some people. If you want to do audits, do them. If you don't want to do, of course, Ugandans don't care. They will sleep in their grave and that is it. You cannot wake up and just give me a parcel that there is food there when you don't know actually what is in the parcel. And this is what I'm saying.
So meaning the government's duty to ensure
that food is safe,
of good quality,
yes,
is adequate, nutritious.
They didn't do that.
They didn't do that.
They didn't do that.
David, I mean, it's a heart-wrenching, revelation. But I think let's go for a break at this point. And then when we resume, we'll then try to tackle a bit of the challenges and look forward, cast a picture that if we got into the situation in future, what are the lessons we learned? What do we need to do best? We'll have that after the break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. And today we are hanging out with Mr. David Kabanda, the Executive Director of the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, a non-government organization that focuses on ensuring the right to food in this country. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, proudly brought by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Let's go for a short break. We'll be back. Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're having Mr. David Kabanda, the Executive Director for Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, to expound for us the right to food, which I think is ably done from the start. Explain how it has been affected by COVID-19, what the state has done, what has worked, perhaps what were the challenges that we encountered. And now we're trying to look to the future, David. And welcome back, really, from the break.
Thank you, sir.
I know we started from the first segment, we slightly hinted on some of these challenges that we encountered in this process. I don't know if there are any other successes or failures that you can give in the context of protecting the right to food during the pandemic.
Well, I think the government ought to have also understood, because when we are talking about right to food, there are three critical elements that we must put on table. I already talked about availability of food, that the food must be available. Then the food must be adequate in terms not only that it is enough to fill the stomach, but nutritious. But it must also be accessible.
Yes.
Now, during COVID-19, we had very disturbing facts. We had food rotting in people's gardens.
Yeah.
You could even find on the road when people have even powered cabbage. You understand? We have places like Isingiro where we had matoke, a batch was going to 1,000.
Yes.
You understand? So what government ought to do, and a system that government must put in place, they should now own up the system.
The food system?
The food system. We have private and government hospitals.
Yes.
We have private and government schools. Did you get what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What is failing us here now on the right to food is we do not have a government arm when it comes to food. Because do you know what ought to have happened is, if you know that food in this particular place, we are in a pandemic, but it is plenty here and here people are dying, then you must facilitate its transit to places where there is scarcity.
Yes.
Right now, we have Kalamajongs who are dying because of hunger.
Yeah.
I have seen World Food Program, crying out loud. But we have food here. We have food in some spaces. So we think that if government puts, its mind to these three elements, availability, accessibility, and adequacy, will go there. And I want also to mention something on adequacy.
Yes.
I made a statement that each family that has lost a person to type 2 diabetes, they need to sue this government for compensation. And do you know why? Many people in Uganda don't know what and how to eat.
What and how to eat?
Yes, including us who think that we have gone to school.
Yeah, for us, I come from Teso, we get our cassava flour.
You leave the Teso.
Mix it and
No, you leave the Teso thing.
I don't know what you want us to do again.
When you leave Teso, you come to Kampala.
Yes.
And when you come to Kampala, you get accustomed into the lifestyle that happens in these streets.
But here it is matoke, David. I don't know what you're talking about now.
Are you sure it is matoke? No, it is the chapati.
Oh.
It is the Rolex. Didn't we have a minister for tourism who was promoting Rolex? But I want government to come here and challenge me on where do we grow wheat in Uganda?
Yes.
This is all imported.
Wheat.
Did you hear about people who were given food in Pade and Amdat and died? They ate food and died. They ate food which was imported. And we are questioning, we are asking government, where did this food pass from? People are just consuming chapati, but chapati is going to eat into our communities. Chapati is going to kill people. And you know why? It is delicious, people want it.
Yes.
But I'm telling you, this refined flour is going to kill all our people.
You know, David, I studied in Busoga region. So
Yes.
now I'm concerned when you say Rolex is problematic. We might be dealing with, it will be a genocide of sorts, because then it's a popular snack in Jinja,
if someone cares to do an audit on how chapati and rice is
even rice, David?
Yes. Yes. Do you know
the growing Kibimba as you're going to Tororo?
First, listen to me. The communities or rice-eating populations don't eat rice the way we eat it. I've been in India. The way they eat chapati is not how we eat chapati. The way they eat rice is not the way we eat rice. People eat vegetable rice. Here, you just put in the saucepan, you get a mass of white stuff, and you put it in your stomach, and then you sleep with it. It is going to kill you. Let me tell you, seriously speaking, many Ugandans are going to die before 60 years. Do you know that 85% of Ugandans are dying between 45 to 60?
You know, every time you drop a statistic, David, yeah, my heart disappears.
For me, I'm telling people, but people don't want to listen. And this is where government must come in to regulate.
Yeah, regulation.
Regulation, but also create massive. In countries like Finland, they designed a program for 5 years to do serious food literacy. If you went to Finland today, no restaurant will serve you supper past 7 p.m. No restaurant. Here in Uganda, you can eat at
midnight.
2 p.m. You go back home and sleep. You see,
and wake up to have breakfast at 8.
Yes. So what we are talking about, that COVID-19 found us with our problems.
Yes.
It has it has increased them because we are talking about low COVID-19 and food. Many people couldn't even get inputs to grow food because you see the entire ecosystem rotates around my mother. I work in Kampala. I work, get money, buy inputs and send to my mother.
Yes.
That didn't happen during COVID-19.
There's no movement.
There's no movement. Shops are locked down, and the entire chain was, disturbed. But of course, we are now talking about a new season. People are planting. Perhaps we'll have enough food. But when they grow the food, is the food safe? Is the food transported? Many people here are eating beef from these cows from Western Uganda, from Chiboga, from everywhere. But do you know how those cows are transported? Have you ever found a cow shivering?
Yes.
Do you know what that means to that meat? The moment that meat is slaughtered, it is already toxic.
The shaking of the cow.
Do you know how they tie their tails? And up, you see that pain on a truck for 200 kilometers, and then you bring it to the
this place,
and then you. Have you heard about formalin in meat?
Yes,
in Kampala?
yes.
Do you know where that story ended and why nobody is talking about it?
No.
Who told you that formalin stopped? Have you heard about people who pump chemicals into chicken?
I mean, there was a time we were happy if you're eating and you see flies. Actually, when you're buying meat, one of the tests was that you should see flies in the bush. Otherwise, if it doesn't have, then there's a problem.
Then we have a problem. Then we have fish. Everyone now has a fish pond. Not everyone, many people have fish ponds. Who regulates the fish
How
industry?
do they feed?
You understand?
What do they feed on?
What do they feed on? If you, my brother Jonathan, if you still eat chicken in any of the restaurants in Kampala, you are doomed. I don't. Do you know why? I have ever been involved in the chicken business. And one time I found out that the practice is when they fall sick, sometimes it is tragic. They can even die in one day.
Yes.
They pump with, antibiotics and everything, and they bring to the market.
It's like I want the heavy thigh.
So who regulates it? The issue is not because every farmer here is a veterinary officer
in this country.
So who regulates the poultry business?
Yeah.
Have you seen chicks coming from Nairobi, coming in on trucks? Who regulates that?
Yeah. So, David, you mentioned, you were talking about regulation, and it's really a core, state obligation. At the certain point, you talked about inputs, about seeds that we actually plant. And I wanted to sort of try to see how can we link that to actually, food safety, ensuring that we eat right food. Because I think there have been a lot of conversations around GMOs, around what. Yeah, I wonder what your mind is in this area. Because, we were talking about COVID, but all these are interlinked. Ultimately, if I plant something which is bad down, you don't expect it to give you anything better anyway. Yeah.
I want to be on this camera, and I thank President Museveni. he has rejected the GMO bill twice. And President Museveni, I want to thank you so much for that. And I want to appeal to members of parliament. Now that the president rejected that GMO bill, please don't pass it into law. What we need to work on is to advance community seed banks.
Community seed banks.
People don't have seeds. Companies have come here, they've introduced hybrids and other varieties.
Yes.
And our indigenous seeds are being eroded away.
It's a curious case because, again, where I come from, we used to have one groundnut. It was called etesot. Like etesot would mean like from teso. And then suddenly these days we're talking about Serenat 1, Serenat 2, Serenat 3. Like all the local names, all the things that we used to have local names for. You can't find them. I can't ask you, where have they gone?
So I think now that takes us into another discussion of food sovereignty. Because it borders on food security and everything. But the only thing that I want to thank President Museveni for, he has been for our indigenous knowledge, our indigenous food. But what defeats is policy implementation and plans. Because, President, if you want us to have safe food, then you must also implement the extension workers' policies and agroecological practices in our communities. Because people no longer have the seed to plant. True. And when we get the seed to plant, we are getting these hybrids, and we do not know how they are affecting even, yes, and how. And by the way, people must be very careful. This food is affecting our genetic makeup. Seriously speaking, and this is why it must be regulated to the core. It must be regulated. Listen. We are going into a generational crisis. And do you know why? Science has indicated that we have what we call the 1,000 critical days of a human being. And where am I reading
That's about
this?
3 years.
No. From the day you are conceived to your second birthday. That's the first phase. And where am I reading this? I'm reading it from NDP 3, National Development Plan 3.
Yes.
You understand? Talking about human capital development. The moment someone conceives, or before they conceive, they must prepare the body using nutrition. You understand?
Not swallowing some...
You understand?
Pills
then immediately after conceiving the baby, you must change diet. You understand? And after that, throughout pregnancy and giving birth, I have already talked about exclusive breastfeeding. But what do children eat after? We did a study and people are picking sodas and everything to give to children. Poison. Dangerous.
David, man. Let's move now, looking at the future. Worst case scenario, in another 5 years, we get another pandemic. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen. What are those lessons that we pick from COVID-19 that can enable us safeguard the right to food? What those recommendations that you would give so that, because when the thing started, we thought it is fine in China. So, and I thought we had enough time to prepare. But now, it just caught us off guard. So in, say, 10 years, if this ever happened again, what would be those things that you say, for us to manage, if something of a similar magnitude came, this is how we would protect the right to food?
Of course, the right to food creates obligations and responsibilities. I have talked too much about obligations, but there are also obligations on people. The people, if government tells you it like this, you realize that the pandemic has killed many people who had underlying illnesses. If you had diabetes, it was very difficult for you to survive. So the first thing is eat properly. The government sometimes has created awareness, NGOs like us are doing it. Make sure that your immune system is strong. You understand? That's where we start from. In preparation for any pandemics going forward, let us eat fresh food. let us eat safe food.
You have enough ammunition.
Yes, to fight back.
Yes.
That is number one. Then number two is on the obligation side, government.
Yes.
Where do we start from? We must make sure as government that we have food reserves. We do not have a middle, we can't take sides. It must be a well-planned system of making sure that we have a fallback position.
Yes.
Because the government was caught off guard. They didn't know where to get food from. They called the suppliers, donors, and it couldn't help.
Even MPs were looking for food to buy for their constituents.
So why would we be going into that mess? We ought to have our system. That is number one. Then number two, I know that Uganda is a liberal economy. But when it comes to food, government must have some level of control. It may not be upper hand, but it must have a level of control in terms of prices. Do you know I have colleagues who are lawyers who called me, Kabanda, what are you doing? The prices of food, the price. And people were crying about the price. Do you know that we ran out of salt during that time? It was Kenya that saved us.
Even lemon.
Even lemon. People even started selling wild fruits as lemon. You understand? So government must retain some control over prices and over food. So I think the point I want to make here, COVID has taught us that the capitalistic approach to food does not work. We need to respect smallholder farmers. Government must regain some level of control, and we must have food reserves. But lastly, let us embrace environmental justice, agroecology, and make sure that people grow food within their own communities, and by within their own communities to cut down on the food miles. That you call me here one time, I'll be talking about the law and food miles.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Viewers,
this has been a bit of an overdose, really. And really have to thank David Kabanda. I think David makes very, very valid points, and they are very simple. One, look after yourself. Ensure that your immunity is boosted. You're eating the right food, you're exercising, so that in case a pandemic came again, personally you're in position to defend yourself. But to our government, he's made a very strong case for regulation. Food is a sensitive matter. It's what enters into our bodies. So if we let people who are after money to control what enters our bodies, that could be a problem. That could be a problem for you. That could be a problem for our families, a problem for this country. With that, viewers, we come to the end of today's edition of You and the Law, the COVID edition. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and we've been having Mr. David Kabanda from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. Thank you so much. Next week, we'll be looking at another topical right that has been hit by the virus. Tune into House of Talent Television, and you'll get to know what that is. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very great talk show with Eddie Okila here. I would say that first, when you think about Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, we live in a free market economy. So people are going to buy your products not because it is Ugandan. No, they're going to buy your product because they love the product, because there is value that they want to get out of that product. So make sure that you're building for the customer and that it meets the standard that the customer expects. Then the customer falls in love with the product and they are hooked. They are your customer forever. Now they happen to be Ugandan, you happen to be Ugandan. Eventually we are building Uganda. Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is be creative in your business. Adapt to change. You know, look at all the changes. Ask yourself, what has changed in the past 5 years? Or what has not changed in the past 5 years? That's also a very good question to ask. And then respond to that change or that thing that hasn't changed. You know, COVID has happened. There are a lot of things that have changed currently. People are now adapting to working remotely. If you're a company, you're still asking people to come to the physical office 9 to 5. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe they need to come in a few days in a week, you know. Now you need to change your processes to allow for people to work from home, even past COVID. So these are the changes. Your customers, you still want them to come to the banking hall? Maybe not, you know. Probably they can do some of these things that you require them to come to the banking hall remotely through digital channels that are existent, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, or even your website, you know. We have House of Talent here, it's broadcasting, and it doesn't have all the traditional broadcasting infrastructure that a TV station traditionally has. But here you are, you know, watching us, and you're watching us through all these channels that we have thought about and we are using. Yes, so adapt to the change, look at the things that haven't changed. If they haven't changed, then you know, build your business accordingly. Yeah, so that is my little piece of advice, and I'm also happy to receive some of the advice that you already have.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time round. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a Rute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think, is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
What would you tell an ordinary person, a border rider, teacher, a doctor, soldier? What would you tell them about human rights? What is this animal? Why is it important? Why should I know about it anyway?
I would simply tell them that if you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave. You're born free. The right to basic education, like primary education, A-level. The right to your religion, if you're a Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, name it. Worship your God. The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No.
COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ocho, your host. Today, we talk about COVID-19 and how it has affected our rights, our human rights that are provided for in different laws. With me in studio is an outstanding human rights lawyer, a founding partner of Kiza and Mugisha Advocates, CEO of the Environmental Shield, and recently a winner of the Human Rights Defender Award by the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. Aaron, Kiza, you're welcome to You and the Law, the COVID edition.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for the accolades.
In House of Talent Television, what we do is we fist bump, and then we spread the love. So let's do this again. Fist bump and spread the love. That formula was taught to us by a man of God, Pastor Joshua Mugabe. He's a big fan of this television, and he says that you always have to spread the love, especially in these tough times. How have you been, Aaron?
I'm well, despite COVID-19.
Mm-hmm. I know that, like you said, it's been a tough time for many people, and as a human rights lawyer, I'm sure it also brings in lots of issues around your work. But I'm interested in actually knowing first about your model, because Kiza and Mugisha Advocates is substantially handles human rights work. How has that been working for you, and especially in this period?
In the first lockdown, we are really very busy as our clients were locked up. We had to engage with CMI, we had to engage with police.
CMI is the
Chieftains of Military Intelligence, the intelligence wing of UPDF, of the military. We had to had run-ins with police, and even at some point, Nicholas was detained.
Nicholas Opio.
And together with Odu and the Somo, we didn't sit down, we kept working because COVID-19 amplified the vulnerabilities of the vulnerable people we have always served. Yes.
It's sad because those are some of the people who really work hard to defend our rights in Uganda, and having them, locked down in this period, should be a sad trajectory for our human rights as a country.
It highlighted the struggles of human rights defenders in Uganda and the risks that they face by the very virtue of defending rights. You become a target of anti-rights people in Uganda. Yes.
Well, I'm happy that you're here and you could, make it to House of Talent Television. So you talked about human rights defenders, and that sort of brings me to, first conversation around understanding, unpacking this animal called human rights. What would you tell an ordinary person, a border rider, teacher, a doctor, soldier? What would you tell them about human rights? What is this animal? Why is it important? Why should I know about it anyway?
I would simply tell them that if you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave. You're born free. The right to basic education, like primary education, A-level. The right to your religion. If you're a Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, name it. Worship your God. The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. Your right to work, you have freedom of association. So this Bobby Wine, just like himself, should be free to organize political parties, political activities, and persuade Ugandans that each of them is the best candidate on a level field. But we could also associate in football clubs. We could associate.
I know Ugandans are good with
yes,
European football, especially.
Yes, so we can fight over money and Arsenal.
AC Villa and Express.
And Express. And we form associations around those that passion, but we could also be associating over neither football nor politics. It could be economy in cooperatives. So there are many ways of associating, and it's your right to associate, or even not to associate. You shouldn't be conscripted into a group that you're not very keen on, comfortable about. And you have a right to freedom of movement. Yes, to enter Uganda, to leave it. You may need a passport for some countries, a visa even for others, a national ID if you're just going
within the region.
Within the region. You have also personal liberty to move within the country, to to move without restraint, because now when you're restrained, when the police says you're under arrest, then that's arrest. That's detention. Yeah.
So now talking about rights, so where do these rights come from? Because I think you're explaining the ideas, but then where are they rooted? If I say you're violating my right to X, Y, Z, where do I refer to? Do I just imagine it in my head, or is there some sort of framework in place?
Philosophically, they root in the very idea that you're a human being. They are inherent. But legally, they are spelled out in the national constitution and the supremo, which is the supreme law of the land, and they are a cluster of other laws that supplement the constitution to ensure that you have procedures on how to go about your rights. The Children's Act, the Human Rights Enforcement Act, the Environment Act, and other laws that come after that. So that then there are court decisions that also clarify and interpret those rights. So the freedom of religion was talked about, judicial review, access to remedy, Father Mwichire. So there are many court decisions that have pronounced themselves affirming freedom of expression. Like Onyango Bo is a famous case. Onyango Bo and Andrew Mwenda, when the state was harassing them over their speeches, journalistic work. So courts' decisions, the Constitution of Uganda, and other laws are the legal framework for human rights in Uganda.
Okay. And then slightly out of Uganda, is there a framework within the region, Africa, East Africa?
At the East African level, we have the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, which talks of rule of law, of good governance, of accountability, of democracy, and even respect for universal human rights. And the broader African continent wide, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. At the international global level, we have a UN system of the International Bill of Rights, of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the rural rights, or the civil liberties, then the red rights, preferred mostly by China, formerly the communist bloc, and even Africa and Asia, the Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. And before those two, we had the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Universal, that sort of cuts across the...
Yes, and I think that's the most important human rights instrument. It has all shades of human rights, and it was it reflected global consensus on human rights.
Okay, I think that's a good point to go for a break, because you've provided the concept and the legal framework around this. Viewers, you're watching House of Talent Television. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. Let's go for a break, and we'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times in a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today we are privileged to have Mr. Aaron Chiza, an outstanding human rights lawyer, helping us to unpack the interplay between human rights and COVID-19 pandemic. So Aaron, we're still at the level of discussing these rights. And you kept mentioning the state, you mentioned state organs like the CMI. So I thought maybe you could give us a sneak peek into the obligations, who bears human rights obligations in Uganda or even across the world.
Primary duty bearer is the government of the day, what they call the state.
The state.
Yeah, so the state of Uganda has a duty to respect your rights. So it shouldn't infringe your rights. It shouldn't illegally detain you. It shouldn't stop you from moving out of the country. It shouldn't stop you from coming back to Uganda, as they have sometimes. I mean, there's a time they stopped Besigye, and I think Chingi can't even dare come here. Yes. So respect. Yeah. Respect. They shouldn't torture you, and unfortunately they fail a lot on that. Yeah. The military fails a lot, the police fails a lot. You saw even police torturing a magistrate on video. So they should respect, they should stay away from infringing your rights, from violating them. Then they have a duty to protect your rights, or the full spectrum of rights. So when to say they protect the rights is that they should stop third parties, like criminals, like strong multinational companies from violating your rights, from abusing your rights. For example, your rights property, i.e. land or rights due process. They normally get threatened by unruly soldiers in a village, removing all villagers, a big company removing all people.
I know you've been working on a number of cases in that area.
So the state is the primary duty holder. It is the before you think of a human rights lawyer, an NGO, the state should be there protecting you. Of course, unfortunately, they don't understand that sometimes. The state functions.
They switch the roles.
So you find that instead of protecting you, the police, which represents the state at that level, or the RDC, or other institutions are actually hounding you out of your property, blocking you from accessing vital information. So that's the antithesis of protecting your rights to information, participation, to property, to privacy, etc. State also has a duty to fulfill. That is most clearly relevant to economic and social rights, which need a lot of facilities.
Investment.
The right to food, yes, investment. The right to food, the right to education, other economic, social rights, the right to health. For example, the right to health needs proper functioning hospitals with drugs, with motivated doctors who are competent and well paid. Doctors and other health workers, nurses, midwives, and so on and so forth. We need schools that are safe to live in, to occupy, with teachers that know what they're doing, are qualified, are properly inspected, and who are well paid.
Yeah, they're not complaining and striking all the time.
Yes. And the schools shouldn't be far. The schools and hospitals shouldn't be far.
Yeah.
They should be accessible,
Yeah.
both in terms of distance, but also in terms of economic accessibility. There should be no monetary barriers that stop people from Kanungu or Achori from accessing schools.
Yeah. So Aaron, so with that, then we got COVID-19 coming to shock our country, shocking the whole world, and along the way, destabilizing or causing a revolution, as other people have termed it. From a human rights angle, how has COVID-19 affected human rights? Could you sort of flag off some of the rights that have been directly hit by this global pandemic?
COVID-19 came in, hit us in 2020, which was also the electoral year. And it messed up the campaigns, because now some people had excuses for stopping you from moving. You couldn't campaign, you couldn't hold a rally, so it devalued, it degenerated the level of our politics. And the people who dared actually either campaign, if they were not of the ruling party, like you saw in the primaries, and it was like opposition, like Zake, who even was just giving out food, then you know how he ended up in a vegetative state out of a military or other policy structure. And the Kakwenza, you saw Kakwenza, was hit twice last year, in April and later in September. And those are just a few names that I can roll off, but many people. So the political civil rights were heavily affected. The economic and social rights were compromised because the state, first of all, had no ability to fulfill its duty of fulfilling human rights, of promoting them, and it didn't even respect them, because people couldn't eat, many died, people couldn't, significant numbers couldn't access hospital facilities, and of course to date, people haven't gone back to school. But there is a third level of human rights, of collective rights, like environmental rights. So that was also greatly compromised, because whether it is Bugoma, Semuliki, forests are going. And the tempo of deforesters increased during COVID because there was no watchful eye. Institutions like the previous NEMA officer said they couldn't do public hearings over Bugoma because of COVID. So people got many excuses for violating rights. And of course, justice was hampered, courts closed. There was little access to justice.
And lawyers were not essential workers.
Lawyers were not essential workers, neither were any other HRDs. So this whole system for facilitating human rights remedies, participation and accountability was jeopardized by COVID-19.
But you paint a picture that I could say maybe is a little bit gloomy, but I'm wondering, from what the government did, the government interventions, there's a lockdown, justifiable, airports shut down, an attempt at online education, an attempt at food distribution and cash distribution and stuff like that. What could be sort of your assessment of some of those measures that government put in place to curb the spread of the virus, and how were they able to protect rights in your view?
Yeah, they are relevant for rights, especially economic, social and cultural rights. People need food, people need protection from further spread, hence the lockdown being justified on that account. Even airport shutdowns were very essential to stem the tide of COVID from other countries, say the Middle East or Europe, which had bigger problems. So they were good ideas. It's just that the implementation was very weak. Food was only distributed in a few areas of Kampala. Not many were reached. Money was given to a few people, and as we are now beginning to learn, mostly the wrong people. Well, if they are Ugandans, can they be wrong? That's another question. But the thing is that the ideal targets, The vulnerable people.
The most vulnerable.
In Kasese, the best minority didn't get money. And the other, even in your area, you just need to call and they will tell you, no, we are still waiting for the Nabanja money. And it's not coming. And of course, unfortunately, it is thought as a government gift. It's a government duty. Government it needs to do that for it to continue being government. If it doesn't, it stops. Yeah.
I also know that from the aspect of the law, there was an attempt at e-justice. I think I saw some videos of people appearing in court through video link.
Yeah, there was an attempt, and I am happy you call them attempts because they just barely scratch the surface. The justice system, like some other systems, substantially shut down. And the video conferencing for criminal cases is very limited. You tell you Uganda Road and maybe anti-corruption. Even then, you had to book it. Those e-systems were problematic prior to the pandemic. Within the pandemic, they were completely overwhelmed. So you still have political detainees who are still in prison to this date. Yeah, whether it is a Nook or someone who tried to flog Museveni's refugee, there are many people. Yeah, so it was a good idea, but it didn't work.
But it didn't work, and much of these are guarantees under the law and everything.
So those are negations to fundamental human rights. The failure of good government programs to be implemented, because for human rights to be respected, protected and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent. And they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
So overall, you could say...
The performance was dismal, 10%.
Isn't that...
I'm being generous.
With 10%?
Yes. Because if you only give food to a few people in Kawempe, only in Kampala, a few sporadic
out
people.
of about 42
so
million.
That's I'm generous with the 10% score. I'm only trying to make sure that I reach home.
Wow. But at least you appreciate the initiative.
Yes, very much.
Principle.
The ideas are very good. It's a good thing to give people food. We need food because we are not working. So we need to be fed. We need money to feed because we need data and so on to communicate, because that's more important now because we can't physically reach people we love. We need to give them phone calls. We need to text them.
We need to work.
And hopefully we are testing people in the law, not side
not wrong people.
Yes.
And we need to work. The internet is very
much
instrumental.
It's the new office. The new office, people really have there's a big economy on the internet, and it enables people to work even internationally. People have been attending meetings. The good side, the flip side of COVID is that it has heightened the importance of virtual space, of virtual work, of virtual jobs. Yes.
Okay, viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host, and today we're hosting Aaron Chiza from Kiza and Mugishan Advocates, a top human rights practice law firm in Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're hanging out with Aaron Chiza, a human rights lawyer in Kampala, who's done outstanding work safeguarding people's rights across this country. And today we're discussing COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights in this country. Aaron, before we went for a break, we're talking about government interventions. You even attempted to give a score sheet. I don't know based on what parameters, perhaps the obligations that you explained at the start of the show. But we need to now sort of move forward and think about that next 5-10 years, we could be perhaps in a similar situation. What does it look for the country? How do we protect human rights? Because, I mean, these are extraordinary times, and we don't know what will hit us next. Could be a tsunami, could be another pandemic and stuff like that. But perhaps before we go into that aspect of recommendation, we could think about the lessons. So looking at COVID-19 now and how it has disrupted our lives, disrupted our rights, what do you think government of Uganda can learn? Because I remember at the start of the pandemic, they said, we've already handled Ebola before, we've handled cholera before. I don't know if there was any learning applied in the COVID response, but then we could think about, we have a chance now to prepare for the future. And what sort of would you flag? Assume tomorrow you're the Minister of Health and you're at the forefront of this conversation. What lesson do you think we can pick from a response to COVID-19, especially in the angle of protecting rights?
A major right on all.
You could first say amen to my prophecy that could be the next Minister of Health.
Yeah, glory be to God. I look forward to that moment. So a major right on all said that in times of peace, prepare for war.
Yes.
So you don't need to wait for a pandemic to wait for a pandemic. We have had a ministry for disaster that's more disastrous than pandemics. That basically does nothing to prepare us.
They distribute food during
not even a landslide
floods.
Found them already in just one localized area. So we need to have to be foresighted to know that health systems should work all times, and when they are working and the pandemic comes, they will be stressed, but they will not be run down. You get me? We also need to know that the human rights do not frustrate service provision or COVID responses or pandemic responses. They actually augment and mobilize the entire population to respond, because the whole point of human rights is to encourage participation, to encourage accountability, so that less or no money meant for COVID is stolen. And when all money that is meant to build the country is put in education, in health, in the right places, then we are better able to fight COVID and any other related disease. We need to look at other countries which are doing well. We need to know that the military is a good, but it cannot be a substitute for professional services like doctors, lawyers, journalists, and so on and so forth. And that there are wars that the military simply can't fight. That
Are you suggesting that we put the army at the forefront of our current response? Is that your suggestion?
That's what we did. That's what we shouldn't have done. The military cannot help you to fight a virus that is fighting inside the bodies, including of soldiers. You need doctors to diagnose the problem. You need researchers to come up with Covidex and others. You need to, yes, another lesson is indigenous knowledge. It's very important. We shouldn't be too colonial in our thinking that we demonize as witchcraft people who come up with remedies. And here I have to thank Vesige. His remedy prescription has proved to work for many, including for myself. Yeah, people who took COVID, a good number of them, Covidex, have good testimonies. And there's also another lady from Guru Hospital, I think, Guru University, who also developed a working, she was working on a remedy for asthma, and now it was applied. So indigenous knowledge, that's how China gets to develop, that's how India develops, must combine with modern or imported knowledge, and they work together. Those are some of the lessons.
And you talked about at the start of the show, you mentioned a couple of principles of human rights, talked about participation at some point. And I'm wondering, if we're talking about fighting another pandemic or learning from this, how have those principles been utilized in the current response against COVID? and perhaps how would they inform our next intervention?
When people participate in decision making, even lockdown, either directly or through their parliaments, or their representatives, they will easily buy in. You do not need a military barracks out of the barracks to ensure that they stay home. Now, because they have participated, they have the relevant information about the dangers of a pandemic. They know if you go out, you're finished. Then because they need life, they will keep in. But when they don't participate, they will perceive this as a political project. And you don't want to fight a pandemic through politics. You need to fight it on health information.
Science.
Yeah, on science, yes.
And then you talked about accountability in the course of our conversation. How do you think that sort of helps us respond to extraordinary times like this?
Accountability helps on two levels. One, there will be transparency on the way the ministry officials, the health guys, they do their work related to COVID. They will do it transparently. People will see them. If asked questions, they will respond. The media spotlight will enable that they answer questions, they guide people. But also those who steal our money in so doing will be brought to justice.
Or those who stumble on our rights.
Those who stamp on our rights will be also brought to justice, and they will compensate the victims and so on and so forth. So it improves the governance. Accountability, just like participation, they improve COVID response governance. The quality, they improve the quality. They make us more effective in fighting COVID because they will ensure that the drugs, oxygen cylinders, oxygen itself, medical workers, teachers reach hospitals and schools. Food, actually, if it is distributed, it gets to most homes at least, not a few homes, and people taking it up because you had big wigs actually taking food and taking it to the market rather than it going to sick mothers.
Someone
young children.
Yes, someone asked me that what informed, for example, the decision to either give cash or distribute food, and they were saying, you see, perhaps if the people had participated in that decision-making process, you know, maybe we could be having a different story than what we're hearing these days. In our start, again, we had a conversation around equality, and I'm wondering, how do we promote equality or non-discrimination in a COVID response?
Yeah.
Because you correctly said, you know, some people are vulnerable, and then they are not sort of getting the attention that is commensurate to their need compared to perhaps yourself, who can survive a few months without under lockdown or whatever.
Yeah, the human rights concept of equality and non-discrimination, it helps vulnerable people to lead a dignified life. In a sense, the state as a primary duty bearer will not allow only one cluster, class, or caste of society to keep alive while others are dying of hunger. You get me? To one class to access medicine while others are not accessing medicine just because they are in far-flung areas or because they cannot afford the money to buy it.
Or they can get a travel pass to fly out of the country.
Fly out, or because they cannot fly out because, first of all, they will not have a passport. Or they will not even afford the means to go to the... It's not easy to move from Chisoro to Entebbe airport or from Kabaramaido. Yeah, it takes some money. It takes even some knowledge, some education. It takes privilege. Now, human rights, especially equality and non-discrimination, ensure that even those people get the basics of life. They get the medicine, they get food, they have clothing, regardless of whether it's a pandemic or not. Yeah, and it's precisely the duty of government to ensure that these social services reach these people wherever they are at all times, including in a pandemic. People should never stop eating because it's a pandemic. People should not die
Miss school.
Avoidable death. Miss school just because it's a pandemic. The duty of government is to ensure that people get all these amenities regardless of a pandemic. If it means providing free internet to all villages in the country, ensuring there is electricity throughout, and active distribution of food to all families, so be it.
And when we, in the course of this conversation, we had a chat around the legal framework of human rights. During Uganda's COVID response, which is still ongoing, there was a debate at a certain point around the issuance of presidential directives, and there was people saying that we're enforcing the directive, and then there was a school of thought that no, actually the power to make these laws and regulations is actually vested in one person, like the Minister of Health and things. I thought I could pick your mind there as a lawyer, because I know legality is a core aspect of human rights. It's an underlying principle. What's your thought around the interplay between presidential directives?
The marking guide is simple.
There's a marking guide.
Was there participation of the people in the COVID responses, or it was just a president sitting with a clique of ministry officials and proclaiming to all of us what we should do or should not do? Was there accountability of people who stole all these things? There is a constitution. Was it respected? Because the constitution is the supreme law, and you don't declare an emergency except within the confines of the constitution.
Of the law.
Was it done? It was not done in the constitution. If it was done according to the constitution, it would have been through parliamentary resolution, and parliament would have had oversight over the situation. But even legally speaking, parliamentarians were not allowed to move.
They were not essential.
They were not essential workers. Yes. So legally speaking, there were many issues, including those overarching principles of participation of ordinary people in this process was lacking.
Of enacting
it
the
became
laws.
a one-man show, and in an election season, it is understandable, especially if you're yellow.
Yeah, but I think the provisions were generally good. For example, I know one of the regulations was like, no spitting in public. And, these are all measures meant to contain the situation. Isn't it understandable? Is it in black and white that you can't move away from certain rights, or you must stick to...
Whatever you do, the beginning must be right. Yeah, so if you use a colonial law in preference of our constitution, which you made yesterday, 95, there is a problem from there. As for spitting in public, it's unfortunate you even need a new law. It's a basic ethical issue that spitting in public, you are nauseating other people, and you could cause a spread of not just COVID-19, but these other airborne diseases.
People could be losing their appetite because they are seeing you.
Yeah.
And Aaron, back to your core work, as a human rights defender. How do you see, how should actors like yourself prepare to deal with the pandemic in future as we come to the end of this show?
At a personal level, I think we need to learn to be forced to save. We have to cut on our appetite for expenditure and what we spend on, and just be a little more frugal, and also to know that the times have changed. COVID is upon us. We don't know when it is going to come to an end, but we need to be there to see it end.
All right. What a powerful way to end the show. Viewers, you've been watching House of Talent Television. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. It's been me, your host, Jonathan Ochom, alongside our guest, Aaron Chiza from Chiza and Mugisha Advocate. Thank you so much for listening, and we look forward to the next episode. I'll be discussing yet another human right, specifically identifying various rights that have been hit by this pandemic and how we can maneuver through them. Until then, see you.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
Njagala omanye essanyu lyange, njagala omanye omutima gwange, nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze, njagala nkuyimbire, njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye, nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala moti, kati nzize nkwebaze. Byonkoledde bingi, byonponyeza bingi, kati nzize njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange, obwongo n'omwoyo gwange, nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo. Bwe kubakuba obufaananyi nandibadde waawo otali ggwe, wannyamba nondaga ekkubo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala moti, kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Byonkoledde bingi, byonponyeza bingi, oh yeah. Kati nzize kati nzize, oh yeah, kati nzize, kati nzize,
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
There's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
You know, they say marriage is one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle, prophet,
or prophet, whatever, you know, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Hello, welcome to this edition of You and the Law. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it is, you and the law. In this show, we try to demystify the law for the ordinary person, make it simple for a teacher, for a lawyer, for a farmer, for a doctor, for a border rider, for a cleaner, everyone in our society. This program touches on every aspect of our lives that relate to the law. Is it marriage? Is it property? Is it land? Is it traffic? Anything that touches on the law will be discussed in this program. Today, we're going to have an interesting conversation that will focus on the institution of marriage. I know most of us have attended marriage functions. Some of us are married. Most of us viewers are married. But what does it mean to be married? How does the law look at marriage? So this conversation today will focus on demystifying the whole topic around marriage and how it is viewed from the eyes of the law. And to help us do this, I have a learned mind with me, and it's none other than my friend, my colleague, Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Hello, viewers. Thank you for having me on the show.
In House of Talent TV, we welcome our visitors with a fist bump.
Thank you.
We've been taught that when you fist bump, you spread the love. So you do this, then you spread the love. Yeah. So Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sit around the compound, you look at the time. You know, you lose sense of the calendar because you fail to understand which is a Monday and which is a Sunday.
You're even lucky that you have a compound. Some people live in one-bedroom houses and
Yes.
have nothing to look except their iron sheets.
Yeah, sure.
And really, you're our first guest really on this program. And why do you think it's sort of important for people to just know about the law? Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for all these years. Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. You know, when it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know. When you jump on a border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic, you know. If you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money because you're consuming someone's energy and investment. You know, so you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes. So it's very much important that everyone appreciates the law and understands it at a certain level.
Okay. Yes. So today I know there are many issues, but today we sort of want to narrow our discussion around the institution of marriage.
Yes.
Because, of course, I'm sure most of us, like ourselves, are products of marriage, and probably for most of the population in Uganda are a result of marriage. So I thought I'd sort of start with the foundational issues and then just try to, seek, to pick your mind on what you know, marriage means, especially, you know, from a legal, you know, from the legal side of things.
Yes. Well, thank you. So if you look at the institution of marriage, you know, we as a country, we are an independent state, right? So that means that we have our own laws within the country that govern different aspects of life. And that includes marriage, right? And so we have different types of marriages, you know, which are applicable in this country. And each marriage has its own characteristics, which are, you know, which are associated with it.
Yeah,
right?
but perhaps we could just start by the whole concept of marriage, like what it is, like sort of that, paint that picture for the person. I'm sure many people could be saying, but yeah, we know this, but I know the law sort of has its own way of looking at things, yeah.
Yes, so if you look at marriage, generally, most people associate marriage with going to church, you know, or going before a chief administrative officer or a registrar of marriages. Now, if you ask a question that what is marriage, you know, marriage primarily is a voluntary union, you know,
voluntary union.
One man and one woman.
Okay.
That is if you're going to church.
Yeah.
In other instances, it can be a voluntary union between one man and maybe 2, 3, or more women. You know, so it only depends on what type of marriage you're comfortable celebrating, because that determines how many partners you can have.
So are you trying to say, when you say a man and woman, it could be just any man and woman? Are there like sort of any guidelines on who the man and who the woman, you know, should be in terms of how the relations that exist in society, that exist in any community? Is there sort of some qualification of who the man and who the woman should be?
Well, thank you. So if you look at the Constitution of Uganda, which is the supreme law of this country, right? It sets out the age within which one is able to found a family.
Okay.
And so that age is set at 18 years.
Oh.
Right? So anyone above the age of 18 years can celebrate marriage of whatever kind, right? But also importantly, it's between a man and a woman.
Okay.
That's as per the laws in Uganda, right? So if you meet that threshold, then you're good to go.
Okay. What in terms of the people, like relations that exist within people? Because we hear that in some countries people can marry, you know, cousins or relatives. I don't know what's the situation in Uganda.
Well, it is the same position here. If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime. You know, but of course we know that in some parts of this country, maybe people could marry maybe close relatives. But generally, the law does not permit you to marry, for example, your brother, your cousin. Yeah.
Interesting. But I think even these aspects, even culturally, even without the law, I think our culture sort of have certain positions.
Yes.
You know, you can't marry from this. I know that the family where I come from, my grandfather, for example, his closer friends, you know, became part of our family. So I remember my mom has always told me that when they were growing up, they were told, those are not our blood relations, but we don't expect any of you to, you know, to think of marriage because, you know, we have, you know, sort of created that tight, you know, bond. So I think even culturally, the position has been sort of clear. So in your sort of introductory remarks, you talked about that there are different, you know, types of, you know, marriages.
Yes.
Because you said some people can marry up to 2, 3, even endless women. Others only require one. Maybe could you just run us through the different, you know, types of marriage that exist in Uganda?
Okay. Well, thank you. Like I said earlier, the most common form of marriage that people celebrate in Uganda is either church marriage, you know, or customary marriage.
Okay.
Now,
you could just take, so what's the customary marriage essentially?
So customary marriage is marriage which is celebrated according to the customs of a given place, you know, most especially of the woman. So if you're marrying a lady, say from Teso or from Buganda, you celebrate that marriage according to the cultures and the customs of the people in that particular area, right? So that is the customary marriage. And of course, the threshold is still the same. The lady and the man should be above 18 years.
So what you're suggesting, because you talked about depending on the culture, so you're suggesting that the people from Teso have their own ways of doing it. People from Uganda, from Korea, and other parts of the country have it's based on that. They don't have like a uniform guideline.
Exactly. There's no uniform guideline, so it is about the cultures in a given place. So like you've said, in Teso, you'll find that different practices when it comes to marriage. In Buganda, it's different. If you go to Angola, it's different, right? So because the law recognizes customs, to the extent that they are not inconsistent with the constitution, so you find that the law allows people in the different cultural settings to celebrate marriages, those customary marriages, according to their customs.
Okay. You talked about the fact that there are basic standards that are cut across, even if they're in different cultures. You mentioned age as one of them.
Yes.
What could be sort of the other cultural requirements in Uganda? Because I know there are things around payment of bride price in other areas. I don't know, sort of, could you run us through salient features of of customary law in the context of marriage?
Well, yes, like I've said, so one, the persons who are intending to get married should be above 18 years, right? I've also said it has to happen between a man and a woman, because our cultures and the law do not permit homosexual kind of relationships.
Yeah, same sex.
Yes, to be legalized, right? And also there is a very important aspect of the payment of the bride price.
Yeah.
If you're coming to marry someone from Teso, you must pay cows.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're coming to Buganda, there have been these jokes people tell that in Buganda you simply walk with some tomatoes, vegetables, and maybe is it called a chisambi? This is the cow.
The thigh.
The thigh of a cow. You
Yes.
move with that. So that's some form of bride price that you give to the family of the bride, right? Though of course in the past we have had really some contentions when it comes to payment of the bride price. And these debates have been happening across the country as to whether people should actually be paying bride price, because some people are saying it is discouraging people from getting married.
Well, those are conversations probably for another day.
Yes.
So that's customary. So yes. What could be the other type of marrying?
Well, the other common type of marriage, like I said, was the church marriage. Now in church marriage, you have a person who is above 18 years marrying one woman, right? Now, according to the definition, if you look at the legal definition of marriage, as brought from the UK, who were our colonizers anyway, there's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde. They say marriage is one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others. So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle, prophet,
whatever, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Oh, and so that's sort of different from the customary position.
It's different. With customary, for as long as you stay in that lane of customary marriage, you can marry 1, 2, 3, up to infinity. It's about your ability to pay the bride price to the different families you're marrying from, right? But when it comes to church marriage, you're only marrying one person at a time. At a time, I must emphasize, yes. So if you want to move on to the next person, you must first divorce before you...
And then you contract another person.
Yes.
But there's been this conversation around sort of the church you should go to.
Yes.
There seems to be some legal position on how church is getting sort of the necessary approvals or whatever. I don't know if you want to throw more light on that.
Well, so if you choose to celebrate marriage in any given church, you have an obligation to ensure or to do a search to establish that that church is registered for purposes of conducting that marriage. Right? Okay. Because church marriages are conducted under authority of the government.
Yes.
Because ordinarily it's the government that should be conducting these marriages, right? So because government has licensed some churches to do this, you who is intending to get married, you have to ensure that that church is licensed, because otherwise you'll be celebrating no marriage at all.
No marriage at all. I think that's a very important point, and we'll go for a break at this point. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, a program that seeks to demystify the law for you and any other person in the community. We're going for a short break and we'll be right back. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes,
about the
what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
Did you discuss
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a rooted north in a place called Ogur. And where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agwen. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful for me.
Wow. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Completely disconnect VPN.
Welcome to the CEO Bench, ladies and gentlemen from all across the world. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course the CEO Bench exists to bring you the stories of people who are on the top, doing it on the top, leading on the top, people who have been through change management, and of course are transforming lives, and they have transformed their own personal lives to reach there, as well as those who are headed to the top. What are their stories? What have they been through? What can we learn from them? Do they have some really interesting experiences to share with us? Yes, they do. And of course, on the CEO Bench this week, this morning, or this evening, or this afternoon, depending on which part of the world you are located, is the one and only the man who needs no introduction, the African youngest man on planet Earth that is doing great and amazing stuff. Been over to the creative industry, done that, is now thinking for different businesses at different levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my guest this morning, Bedford Buyungo, aka Professor in the Making. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you on the show this morning.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm great.
You have been overwhelmingly nominated to come back to the CEO Bench. Would you like to tell us why would these people overwhelmingly nominate you by over 30 votes to come back to the CEO Bench, yet you have been on the CEO Bench before?
I wouldn't know, but I appreciate them. They are in a better position to let you know. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Bedford, we want to just go straight to our interview this morning. And of course, I want you to just share with us a few of, the things, the journey, and of course, what you have been through and what you're still going through as a person on the top. The CEO Bench is a very interesting, place to be. Mm-hmm. We look at things from a different perspective, and I want to just give you a small background to what the CEO Bench is about. Mm-hmm. One, we focused on individual people who are leaders and in position of leadership. Yeah. The program, of course, is focused on discussion about leadership, change management, and transformation, both at individual level and as well as the corporation levels where you are, as well as the community where you live, and the nation where you lead or where you reside. All of us are leaders in our nations, but people often think that only people who are defined by political boundaries are the ones who are leading. But all of us are leaders at our levels, and it's important that we keep reminding people that even as a border man on the streets of Kampala or in the streets of any streets of the city anywhere in Africa, you are a leader. Because the things you're doing at that level is leadership. How you change your life from a border person to becoming a taxi driver, to becoming a bus driver, to becoming a pilot is what we're calling change management at that level. Mm-hmm. But also, if you're moving from being a creative person at your level to becoming a creative thinker, to becoming a strategist, to becoming a research and developer person, and for being that person that think for brands and think for businesses and create things, that's change management. True. When we're looking at transformation, we look at the foray of moving from this one space to the next space to the next space is key for us going forward. And that is what the CEO Bench exists for. And so this morning, I want to ask you this question, which I've asked you before.
Yeah.
If I am looking for a small and fast and quick definition of who Bedford Buyungo is, what would be your definition of who you are?
First, I identify as a Pan-Africanist who has passion for research and development. Yeah. And yes, I'm an entrepreneur, and I think in there has many things. When you talk about Pan-Africanism, it means you're pro-Africa, you're pro-African progress. When you talk about research and development, it has an element of research, it has an element of development, developing products or brands or whatever field you're applying R&D. And when you talk about entrepreneurship, still it speaks to something. And there is reason why those three things. There is reason for Pan-Africanism, there is reason for R&D, there is reason for entrepreneurship. And for me, it is that I as a Pan-Africanist, I was like, the only way we can progress Africa is probably through the element of economics. So, yes, I know other elements work hand in hand, but yes, we've tried politics, and people have played us. We've tried all other elements, even donor, funding, and we've not gotten to places we've gotten to. So I was like, why don't I get this craft, R&D craft, and be able now to birth products. We, of course, with my marketing and brand knowledge, to birth brands from end to end, and go compete in the world. And I saw that as an opportunity to birth brands and compete on the global stage. Like Andrew Garcia says, he said that Africa needs needs trade, not aid. So when you say Africa needs trade, not aid, it means that you need to put something on the table for the people to buy. There is a lot of things that work for you to be able to sell in the States, for you to be able to sell in Asia, for you to be able. But thank God that every region of the world, God has put something unique. So the avocado that I'm going to sell from Uganda is not the same as the one that someone I'm going to compete with for